Someone asked the master to wake up. The hero uses the flying squirrel technique, but he didn't have his parachute suit. He didn't understand why. And then he noticed that he had become fat. People are shouting at him to quickly activate the magic. The boy tries to do it. He says various words like fly, activate flight magic, flying broom, and so on. Someone prompted him to say the word soar. The young man heeded the advice. He did it. The magic finally worked. But he's still falling. He keeps repeating the word soar. The guide doesn't understand how, in such a state, he is supposed to defeat the evil god. The plane took off a few minutes ago. A girl stands on her father's lap, playing with an origami frog. The pilot announces that they are beginning their descent. He asks them to make sure their tray tables are upright and to fasten their seatbelts. The man finally finished work and returned to Japan. As a reward for successfully closing a major contract, his boss booked him a seat in business class. And it's very comfortable. Usually, business trips abroad are boring as hell. But this girl sitting next to him gave him a couple of happy memories. The hero told the girl that they would soon be landing and advised her to return to her seat. She agreed and asked if she would see her older brother again. The young man confirmed this. Suddenly, the flight attendant lit up and an explosion occurred. The hero doesn't understand what's happening. He hugs the girl close. Suddenly, half the plane collapses. The hero felt as if time had stopped. Someone said that he thought he could do it, so he was suitable. The guy thought he was hallucinating. However, the voice replies that this isn't a hallucination. She's speaking directly to him. The girl tells the guy to relax. He can communicate with her through his thoughts, which will make things easier. The first thing the young man asked was if he was really dead. His next question was who she was. The girl noticed that he was quite calm. He's right. She really is a goddess. But he's not dead yet. After her words, the boy assumed he would die after their conversation. Obviously, he wouldn't survive. He'd heard that the gods had never helped anyone. The goddess confirmed his words. She said that, unfortunately, all passengers would die as a result of the explosion. Then she added that they had little time, so she would get straight to the point. She is a goddess who rules another world. The hero is perplexed. He doesn't understand what other world she's talking about. She said he received permission from the god of this world to choose a person and summon them as a hero. The young man thought this was becoming even more suspicious. Nothing good could come from such a proposal. The goddess said she wanted him to come to her world and defeat the evil god sealed in the dungeon, or simply renew the seal. The hero said he was sorry, but he had to refuse. The girl pointed out that he would die after all. He replied that it was no big deal. He'd lived a good life. The goddess was talking about her problems. He should like this proposal. The young man confirmed that he likes all sorts of isekai and reincarnations, but he likes stories and not doing something like defeating an evil demon or something even scarier. He doesn't want to do this. It's better to die than risk his life. The goddess asks him not to say that and begs him to help. She said that in reality, only one of the passengers on board can be sent down. She speaks of a girl in the boy's arms. The hero understands that the goddess wants to offer him her salvation in exchange for his agreement to be reborn in her world. The goddess told him he could help her if he sacrificed himself. The young man thought that if he had the chance, he should save her. The goddess exhales and says she will fulfill his request. She's already spoken with their god. He's so greedy. Once they finish talking, she'll have to do something. The boy thanked her for listening to his selfish request. The girl replied that if he had refused her, her world would have run out of time. Since she had already paid the price for saving her life, he agreed to become the hero she would summon to her world. The girl rejoiced and told him that after his death, his memories and soul would also be reborn. The young man was surprised. The stranger received a message with instructions. 1. Record the hole in the fuselage with your phone camera. 2. Send the video to her sister, who will be waiting at the airport. 3. Call her and tell her what you need to know. The girl asks her brother not to worry. She'll pick him up from the airport. He tells her to record this conversation. He talks about how the plane is going to crash soon, so all his savings and insurance money will go to her. If the old man touches even a finger of his inheritance, his ghost will haunt him. He also apologized to his mother for leaving before her. The sister asked her brother if he thought his prank had gone too far. He replied that he wanted to save the girl and was asking his sister to track his location using his phone. He asks her to find the girl as soon as possible. He is very happy to have heard her voice one last time. And then he says goodbye to her. Next came the following tasks. 4. Get out a travel sewing kit and sew a sheet to your costume. 5. Place a pillow between it and the girl and tie it securely to yourself. 6. Confirmation of fuel release. The hero stood up from his seat. The flight attendant noticed. She asked him what he was doing. She asked him to leave the child alone. If he didn't feel sorry for himself, he should at least feel sorry for her. The hero said he regretted not noticing her all this time. She held up well until the very end. The girl cried and said she was scared. He told her everything was fine. He asked her to just trust him and keep her eyes closed. He would return to his mother safe and sound. 7. Send a message to your sister, who is now 5 kilometers from the airport, and put the phone in the girl's life jacket. The hero jumped out of the plane. He used the flying squirrel technique. He tried to spin in the air. He decided to use the word soar again. Suddenly, someone grabbed him. It was a huge dragon. The next moment, the young man opens his eyes. He can't get up. It's hard for him. His head was splitting. His memories were intertwined with others. Suddenly, someone entered the room and addressed Luke. They ran to his aid. One of the knights ordered a doctor to be called immediately, and the king informed. The guy thinks that his name is Luke, but that goddess mentioned rebirth of the soul and memories. Suddenly, someone asked the guy how much he planned to sleep. The young man stood up with the doctor's help and assumed that the man in front of him was his father. The old man hit the boy on the head and called him names. The hero opened the status panel. He was wearing a magic sealing bracelet, a magical tool that prevents the wearer from using magic. Apparently, he was reincarnated in the body of the third prince of a great kingdom, Luke, a notorious bad guy. He attracts attention only through his terrible behavior and numerous rumors. And his name, which spread throughout the country, was the Orc Prince. Luke thought the goddess was too cruel. Why had they chosen such a scoundrel's body for him? The hero couldn't sense his consciousness. He must have died in that incident. The king yells at his son and tells him to stop daydreaming. He hits him very lightly. However, the young man doesn't think so. Luke steeled himself and asked why he was wearing a magic sealing bracelet. His father replied that it was to keep him from escaping. The man added that his son wasn't used to taking responsibility. Now he won't be able to leave. Luke thinks he's right. This guy has run away from home more than once. The hero wondered where that dragon had gone. He asked his father what had become of his dragon. He replied that by the time he arrived, it had already died because it had been protecting him. He was a beautiful dragon. Luke fed the dragon egg with magic, and when the dragon hatched, they became friends. Suddenly, tears began to stream down his cheeks. Luke's emotions were showing through. The father was surprised that even he was saddened by his friend's death. The boy asked for some time alone. The king turned around and said it was too late for mere tears. It was better to draw conclusions. The emotions finally subsided. The hero thought it would be a good idea to explore Luke's memories. He was reincarnated in the body of 15-year-old Luke Avog. He knows how to handle dragons, and in other respects, he's ahead of his peers. He's 170 centimeters tall and weighs 135 kilograms. However, no matter how stupid he was still elite. That's why he was accepted into the Dragon Riders Academy. The tragedy occurred on the final day of exams during the flight control exam. Even the king came to see. Luke thought this was his moment to shine. Unlike humans, dragons have 350-degree vision, and they don't like it when someone gets in their blind spot. The dragon reflexively attacks anything that enters its blind spot with its tail. That's what happened to poor Luke. It seemed he didn't even have time to understand anything. So, the voice guiding him was one of the goddess's gifts. She told him that she would not leave him without support. She would grant him a hero summoned to another world. 3 skills. This involves assessing the situation, searching for hidden objects, and finding pockets in space. The hero thought it would be nice to have AI navigation, like in computer games. The goddess agreed to do so. I can't hear the navigation, probably because of the bracelets. And I can't activate it either. Mr. Luke had guests. It was his mother. He wanted to apologize to her, but she interrupted him and asked what he was doing. How much longer would he continue to act up? The woman said she hadn't slept a wink all night from worrying about him. Luke apologized for worrying him. The sister rushed to hug her brother. His mother noticed that even little Tilulu was worried. Then she said they would make a decision about him as a family. Until then, she asked him not to get into trouble. The hero doesn't understand what decision she's talking about. Luke asked what she was talking about. What solution? The woman asked what he really didn't understand. Did he really think he'd return to the academy after losing his dragon as if nothing had happened? The hero thought that she was terribly angry but fair. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and told him he had a guest. The young man thought about how they had cleaned out his place today. A girl named Lulu rushed to hug the boy. Her name is Luluchia K. Maharel. She's 6 years old. She's wearing an academy uniform. She's the Marquise's second daughter. She and Luke have been engaged since childhood. Apparently, Luke is madly in love with her. The girl said she was very scared. He had been unconscious for 2 days. He apologized for scaring her. His sister told him that, thank God, he was alive and well. He thanked her for her concern. Then she decided to tell him something. She said that her engagement with Lulu was broken off. The young man was surprised and asked why the marriage had been dissolved. She replied that she didn't know all the details, but was certain that the recent incident was the cause. Luke asked Lul if she knew about it. She confirmed it. She explained that His Majesty had arrived at their residence that afternoon to discuss the breakup of the engagement with her father. Her father also considered his recent behavior questionable, so he had agreed. They didn't tell her anything else. The hero wondered if there was really nothing that could be done. He said that he was sorry that her engagement to him had damaged her reputation. He understands why her father took such a step. He asked her to tell him that he would come by to apologize as soon as his house arrest was lifted. Lulu asked if he agreed with her father's decision. He replied that she would be better off finding a more worthy mate than the pig prince. The girl said she hoped that one day he would be her Luke again. Why was he so cruel to her? She called him stupid. And then she ran away. The hero thinks that he's not the narrow-minded hero of the novella. He understands everything. So Lulu loves Luke too. His sister tells him not to just stand there, but to run after her. He replies that he's under house arrest. She slaps him across the cheek. She called him stupid and left. He noticed someone at the door. Now there will be rumors that he burst into tears because his sister and his fiancée offended him. Sitting in the room, he can't get yesterday out of his head. However, the hero isn't obligated to love Luke's fiancée. She's nothing more than a memory. He hopes she'll forgive him, but to him, Luke is a complete stranger. Apparently, the goddess chose the prince's body for him because he has the money and resources to wage war against that god. With the support of the royal family, even the impossible will be possible. In the meantime, he decides to get himself in order. Locked away, he has plenty of time. All for the sake of victory. Once he's started, he must see it through. The maid brought him food and wished him a pleasant meal. The hero addressed her, but she remained unresponsive. She's still so angry because he was keeping an eye on her. Although, of course, he wasn't a hero. But he still feels uncomfortable. And he had the goddess to thank for that, the one who made him a pig prince. He thought about how she was the main goddess of this world. It seemed she was Nereid, the goddess of water. 10 days have passed since Lulu's visit. No one else comes. With nothing much to do, he trains as hard as he can. He's thinking about how he's lost a couple of pounds. Suddenly, word comes that His Majesty has come to visit him. Luke greeted his father. He said he had an important conversation with his son. The boy said he would accept any punishment. The father said that he was a malicious violator of the rules, but he had not yet committed any crimes, so there would be no severe punishment. The young man asked what would happen to him. He replied that, first of all, having lost his dragon, he had also lost his place at the Dragon Riders Academy. The hero thought about how he'd already been expelled. He was prepared for this. The king wanted to enroll him in the Knights Academy, in the magic department, but his entrance exam scores were insufficient. With such grades, it was impossible to transfer him. The king was so ashamed, he could have vanished into thin air. He'd never felt such shame. The hero thought it wasn't surprising. His father even hired tutors for him. That must be why he was so angry. In the end, he was only accepted into the military department. But with such excess weight, he wouldn't last a day. Then the king noticed his son's weight loss. Luke confirmed this and talked about how he decided to take care of himself. The king understood everything, but he was still far from a knight. The hero said he needed something to do, otherwise their reputation would suffer. The father said that his son's antics had already tarnished his good name. Luke apologized. The king thought about what a fool he had for a son. Then he said he had consulted with his ministers. They offered an excellent solution. They would marry him off to a neighboring kingdom. The hero did not understand how they could marry him off. After his father announced his marriage, the young man understood why his engagement to Lulu had been broken off. However, he hadn't come here for the wedding. The father asked his son not to be too quick to get upset. The young man must have heard about the kingdom of Fu. Rel. They decided to become related to the Duke of Forest. The Duke has 3 daughters, but he never had an heir, so they decided to marry off the eldest daughter. Then he would be able to enroll in the Faculty of Magic. The Duke's daughter is also studying there. They will be married after graduation. Luke announced he already had a fiancée, Lulucha. The king announced the engagement was off. He advises him to think about the stupid things he's done, and he can forget about his Lulucha. The boy pointed out that rumors about him were probably circulating in other countries as well. The king replied that Forel was a vassal of their state. The population there was 50 times smaller than theirs. To preserve the purity of aristocratic blood, every couple of years the kingdom invites its neighbors to several marriages. Typically, members of the highest nobility with magical abilities are chosen. Previously, they were satisfied with children from counts' families, but now they need an heir of at least ducal descent. The young man finished his father's proposal that since they needed a noble aristocrat, they might as well get rid of their dissolute son. The king replied that the groom must be a capable magician. No one cared about his antics. Luke is the king's son, which means he's inherited rare family talents. It's ideal for a marriage of convenience. Luke said it was reasonable. Come to think of it, marriage is actually good for him. It'll free him from his father's control. It's not all that bad. The king asked the young man to fulfill his filial duty, no matter how much he grumbled. He also told his son to get ready. He was leaving the following morning. The young man was surprised. He agreed to obey the order, but he asked about his betrothed. The king replied that, frankly, almost nothing was known about her. He would meet her on the spot. The boy thought there was something fishy about his father marrying his son off to someone unknown. The hero agreed and asked to remove the bracelets as he needed to get ready. The king replied that they would remain with him until he arrived at the Duke's. Otherwise, he would leave immediately, as always. He was given 100 million guineas as a dowry, and another million from him for personal expenses, so that upon arrival, he would not need anything. The first prince, Yale, tells her father that this is unacceptable. They leave secretly from their own family. The king replied that it was all for Luke's benefit. The boy couldn't understand how marrying a stranger could be beneficial. Luke begged his brother to calm down. The king said the journey by carriage would take 15 days. His dragon would be much faster. He asked him to respect his father's wishes. Luke said his brother would have to accompany him because their father feared he would escape. If he did, the blame would be placed on him. In other words, he was his overseer. Yale asked their father if this was true. The king confirmed this and asked Luke if he had to speak so bluntly. The hero replied that it was a small revenge. The king said they would have to do as he commanded. No force could stop this betrothal. Luke couldn't understand why he'd chosen his most worthless son if the wedding was so important. He asked if there really would be no guards other than his brother. The king replied that there would not be. They would fly with Yale to keep the departure a secret. It's unlikely anyone will attack them on the dragon. Yale said he won't justify his father. He asks him not to think his father hates him. Luke answered what he understood, and yet, it was as if he had been cast aside. Yale begged him not to speak like that. He would succeed if he set his mind to it. He just needed to get his wits about him. The young man agreed with his brother. They continued their flight. Border outpost. The guard greeted the princes. He offered to arrange a place for them to rest. Yale thanked him, but added that they were in a hurry, so it was best to continue on their way. The guard told them to be careful on the way. The prince thanked him. Suddenly, someone approached Luke. It was a girl who worked as a florist. She offered to buy him some flowers. The guard told her to watch who she was talking to. She wasn't supposed to talk to nobles. The girl apologized. Luke asked how much her flowers cost. She replied that it was 50 guineas per bouquet. He held out a gold coin to buy the whole basket. The girl apologized and said she didn't have change. Luke replied that he didn't need change. The guard told the girl to take the coin, simply thank him, and leave. She thanked the boy and said she could buy her mother some medicine. The young man asked her if she herself was sick. She confirmed it. Yal pulled out a bottle. He handed it to the girl. It was a healing potion of moderate strength. She replied that she couldn't accept such a gift, but the first prince insisted. The girl thanked him from the bottom of her heart and left. Yao remarked that her brother was very compassionate. It was a shame the children were afraid of him. They continued their flight. Suddenly, Luke noticed something. He told his brother that bandits were robbing the carriage down there. Yal sees this, but they can't help. Luke must be delivered safe and sound. The hero notices that the carriage bears the king's crest. What if someone from the royal family is there? They have to go down and check. Yal agreed to help them, and the hero could hide somewhere. Luke pointed out that if something happened to his brother, he would be in trouble alone. He was going with him. They decided to hurry. But Luke asked him to wait. Yael asked what had happened. They didn't have time. The hero asked to remove the bracelets. He was useless with them. The goddess greeted the hero. He asked her for a brief update on the situation. She replied that engaging in battle was extremely dangerous at this time. He was advised to check his status. A crystal board appeared before him. He was level 1, though he should have been 18. The system explained that his rebirth had reset his rating. Luke realized that one well-aimed blow would be the end of him. Well, at least Luke's skills have been transferred to him. You won't be able to use magic until level 10. Combat skills: sword level 3, spear level 2, hand-to-hand combat level 2, bow level 3, alchemy level 3, alchemy level 8, transmutation level 7. But there's a ton of restorative potions in the spatial pocket. Luke gave Yale some of them. He has a lot of them. He remarked that they were very useful. The hero used to be a good archer. Maybe he'll be useful for something. He'll provide cover for his brother from the air. Yale handed control of the dragon over to Luke. He then ordered Waltz to use Cutting Hurricane. The robbers screamed. They couldn't figure out where the dragon had come from. Luke prepared to fire, and the next moment, he pierced his target. People die at his hands. However, he's surprisingly accurate. Maybe it's some kind of Luke ability. The system reported that he had reached level 10. He now had access to basic magic. The young man was surprised by such a rapid level increase. He used the water healing skill on the soldiers. They thanked him. Suddenly, he noticed something. He landed nearby. The robber noticed it. He decided to use the skill Thunder Spear. An explosion occurred. The robber found himself without a creature. The hero removed his robe and weapons and tied him up. The remaining robbers noticed the leader's loss and decided to surrender. Luke began healing the warriors. He asked about his brother's condition. He replied that he had escaped with just a few scratches. Yale noted that he had fought very well. He was proud of his brother. Why did he always play the fool? Luke replied that he was hardly fit to be a knight. His hand shook whenever he remembered shooting people. Yale noted that they were similar in this regard. The hero noticed the trembling in his brother's hands. The knights thanked the writer for his help. They had saved them. Yale introduced himself as the first prince of the Volg Kingdom. He then introduced his brother, the third prince. The knights fell down and apologized for their ignorance. Yale said that he and his brother had flown past and, seeing that they were ambushed, decided to help. He asked who they were escorting. The carriage door opened and a girl came out. She turned to the princes and thanked them. She is the second princess of the kingdom, Mifa A. Forel. The girl introduced herself as Mifa A. Forel. The hero thinks that Luke didn't know her. He thought it was strange that they'd never met before. Suddenly, one of the girls fell. She was the one protecting the carriage. A knife had pierced her shoulder, but the wound had been healed with magic. The hero couldn't understand what was wrong with her. He assumed it was poison. Luke asked permission to examine the wound. The knights were surprised. Yal explained that his brother possessed water and monastic healing magic and asked them to trust him. Luke said he needed an assistant. He tore the knight's clothes, and there was a black wound. The knights don't understand what it is. The system reports poisoning. Others have been injured. The hero asks how he can assess her condition. She advises using the situational assessment skill. Toad poison does not cause instant death. Treatment: strong antidote potions, healing magic of the highest order. Luke reported that things were bad. It was toad venom. It wouldn't kill instantly, but they needed to hurry. He asked if they had any strong antidotes or a high-level healer. The man replied that their healer had died in battle long ago. They each had one vial of antidote. Luke asked who else had knife wounds. 3 men raised their hands. The hero turned to his brother. He explained that he had 2 vials, but only 1 remained. The young man realized that there weren't enough antidotes. Something had to be done. The commander suggested that the soldiers drink 2 strong potions, and he would take a medium-strength one. The knights were surprised and touched. Suddenly, Luke asked them to wait. He found a cure for the man. Yale asked his brother if he was disobeying the head of the guard. He denied it. He added that, as far as he understood, potions were always kept in the royal carriages. The safety of the rulers was the key to peace in the country. Luke turned to the princess and asked if the guards' lives were worth less than 1 potion. Mifa denied this and said that she would take more potions from now on. Luke has a strange feeling that he's missed something. The system recommended using the hidden object search skill. The higher its level, the larger the area it can see. He opened a special map where everything hidden was marked. Each square had its own color: white, relatives; blue, comrades in arms; green, friends; yellow, buddies; red, implacable enemies; purple, evil spirits; and blur, a trap. The young man noticed a red mark. He assumed it was an escaped bandit. He wanted to see a more detailed map. The system told him he could use a detailed inspection. It told him to click on the red mark. It was an archer aiming at the princess. Luke managed to react and protect the princess. He ordered the soldiers to surround the princess and shield her. However, the archer had already fled. Yale said they wouldn't catch him. The protagonist pulled a bow from his spatial pocket. He drew the bowstring and fired arrows. They hit the criminal and the horse. The soldiers were amazed at his marksmanship. Luke ordered Waltz to bring the bandits back alive. When he did, Luke handed him the rabbit as a reward. Yal told his brother to stop feeding his dragon. He was already more attached to it than to him. Luke denied this and then asked if his brother knew the dragon's favorite food. He replied that it was orcs, but that was incorrect. He actually likes to eat goblins. Yal is shocked that Vols likes to eat meat with a smell. He asked his brother why he'd kept silent before. He replied that a rider should know such things. Suddenly, one of the knights rushed at the hero. However, Luke managed to react, and then he threw him to the ground. The soldier asked what he was doing. He wanted to kill the bandits. Luke asked his brother to get the handcuffs, which were then placed on the knight. The commander asked why they had shackled him. The brothers looked at him and replied that they did not think they were being attacked by ordinary robbers. Mifa asked who they were then, if not bandits. Judging by their equipment, they were hired killers. They wanted to kill the princess under the guise of a robbery. Someone asked what the nightlight was for then. Luke suggested it was for backup. The soldier denied any connection to them. Yal said that almost no one knew about the princess's route. So, an informant was involved. The plan failed, so the sufferer had to eliminate the mercenaries. Otherwise, they would have been sent for interrogation. The princess approached the soldier and asked if he was an accomplice to the murderers. He denies it. The girl exhaled. Then she smiled, turned to her brothers, and said he hadn't helped the killers. She had a diploma as a high-ranking investigator, so no one could lie to her. The hero thinks this ability is unique and bestowed by the goddess. However, in exchange, the princess herself cannot lie. Luke asked the girl about her travels on state business. She replied that a certain marquis was underpaying his taxes. She was going to interrogate valuable witnesses. The hero asked if her life had been taken. Wouldn't another investigator have arrived? The girl exhaled. She also said that appointing a new person would take at least 2 weeks. Yal concluded that all the evidence would have already disappeared by then. The criminal laughed. He said he was just a mercenary and knew next to nothing. Mifa said that seemed about right. Luke asked who hired him. He refused to answer. The girl said she couldn't get more out of him. Then she noticed the handcuffs. Suddenly, Luke noticed something. He grabbed the girl and hit her behind him, and he himself plunged a knife into the criminal's chest. The Knight Chief, Yael, and the princess are shocked. Yale asked her brother what he was doing. The system reported reaching level 20. Mipha asked him to explain what had happened. Luke suggested that the princess was nearsighted. She confirmed this and said she could barely make out people's silhouettes. That's why she killed a prisoner, even though she had protected him from the guard. Luke said he thought he'd managed to remove the anti-magic bracelets with some strange movement. And indeed, he had. He had a hairpin in his hand, and it was poisoned. Mipha could not understand how he'd managed to take them off. Luke suggested trying to fasten the bracelets on him. Now his hands are cuffed behind his back, and in 5 seconds something will happen. The hero began counting down the fingers on his hand. The brother was shocked. The princess asked Yale what was happening. The boy approached the girl and told her she'd dropped something. It was a rose. Yale understood. While they thought he was cuffed, Luke freed his left hand and distracted them by counting. And then he made a flower. Luke said the bracelets could be opened with a simple master key. He must have been planning to attack the princess. Mipha said they'd saved her lives 3 times today. She was very grateful. Yale realized her brother could have left at any moment. Luke confirmed this, but then their father would have unleashed his full wrath on him. Yale suggested putting the bracelets back on. The hero insisted he wouldn't run away. The princess asked why the prince needed the bracelets. The boy looked at his brother with disdain. Couldn't he have kept his voice down? Yale explained that he had orders from his father. To keep Luke from escaping, he was escorting him to the Duke's castle. The girl laughed and noted that the king did not trust his son at all. Luke said it was all because his father was so eager to get him married. Incidentally, he wasn't even asked. He was advised to first create a list of his confidants. The hero didn't know such a thing existed. He opened the system and began creating a list of trusted contacts. Yale advised him to check everything thoroughly. The princess asked the boy if he wanted to add her name to his friends list. Luke was surprised. It was a privilege to have a princess as your first friend. Mipha said she couldn't lie, so she was genuinely happy for their friendship. The knight's captain whispered something in the princess's ear. She turned to Prince Yale and said that she needed to go see the Duke, who was her uncle. She asked if they minded her company. He replied that it was an honor for them. Mipha mentioned that warriors from the ducal guard would soon arrive. Luke was laying flowers near the bodies of the fallen. Yale was conversing with the leader of the knights. And just then, the knights arrived. They all looked at Luke sideways, even with irritation. He couldn't understand why they were staring like that. The minstrel sings and wants to tell them about the pig prince from a distant land. The guards looked askance and angrily at the hero. He noticed these unkind glances and asked his brother why the guards were looking at him like that. The prince assumed they were trying to intimidate his brother. They were showing disrespect to the royal family. Mipha asked the guards what they were doing. To behave like this towards the prince is unthinkable rudeness. She suggested executing their rebels. The guards apologized to her, but she pointed out that they hadn't insulted her. The knights apologized to Prince Luke. He asked why he needed their pretentious apologies. Yale told him to forgive them and accept them. However, the hero wanted to know the reason. He asked the princess for help. She agreed. She turned to Chief Bile. She asked if the guards had any ill intentions for the prince. He denied it. She reminded me of her abilities. She immediately sees through lies and instantly recognizes betrayal. The man replied that they were devoted to their Amelia with all their hearts. The hero is perplexed. He asks who Amelia is. The knights are shocked that the prince doesn't know the name of his bride. Luke responded irritably that the only thing he'd been told about his betrothed was that she was the duke's daughter. The knights said that if the groom had been Prince Yale, no one would have said a word. But rumors of Prince Luke had reached their duchy. He asked how they had learned about him and the engagement. They replied that a minstrel from the kingdom of Volg had come to visit them. He told them many interesting things. Yale is outraged that they allowed him to defame the royal family. The princess commented on how captivating his ballads about the pig prince were. Luke is outraged that his bad reputation has preceded him. The princess offered the prince a ride to the Duke in her carriage. The princess's personal maid, Erica D. Francis, was sitting in the transport. She thanked Prince Luke for saving her mistress. He replied that there was no need for gratitude. He was simply lucky to notice the poison. Luke asked the princess to tell him about Amelia. They were cousins. She is quite withdrawn and rarely appears in public. Nevertheless, she herself had no problem enrolling in the Faculty of Magic. Luke was shocked that she was now being matched with him, a complete stranger. The girl replied that it was her father's will. The hero sensed that things weren't so simple. Luke is riding in a carriage and singing a song about a prince from a distant land who was made fun of, but he endured everything. They put him in a carriage, and here they are, on the road, taking his prince, far, far away. The princess turned to him and asked what that dismal song was. Was he really so disgusted by the idea of an engagement? The hero asked how they would feel in his place. He couldn't accept that everything had been decided without him. Mifa explained that, due to her poor eyesight, she had been considered a handicap since childhood. Moreover, her ability to recognize lies is unlikely to make anyone see her as a good match. Luke said that he could just not lie. He finds her not only beautiful and charming. Mifa asked if he really thought so. The young man confirmed it, and he wasn't lying. The princess was happy about that. Eric announced that they were about to arrive at the castle. Luke felt ill. The princess noticed and asked how he was. The hero hoped that his brother was already at the castle gates and that he would finally remove the bracelets. The Duke's castle. Yael asked her brother if he had enjoyed the ride. He confirmed it. The first prince said they would be traveling in the Duke's carriage from then on. Luke, sitting in the carriage, turned to the navigator. He asked what had happened to the girl he had wanted to save. She replied that news from the other world was unavailable to her. He would be better off turning to the goddess. The boy realized he needed to get to her temple quickly. A forest's house. The brothers stepped out of the carriage. They were greeted by Duke Gilby Forrest. First of all, he decided to express his gratitude for saving his niece. Yael said they hadn't done anything special. The Duke decided to introduce them to the others and open the door to the estate. They went inside, where servants were already waiting. There were many beautiful girls there. Yael told her brother not to spy on the maids anymore. He replied that he hadn't even thought about it. One of the doors opened. 2 girls came out from there. Anna, the second daughter, and Lala, the third daughter. The Duke told Layalia to say hello. He felt awkward in front of his guests. He remarked that his daughter was too shy. Then he apologized to Luke and explained that Amelia was currently preparing for exams at the academy, which was why she hadn't met him. Besides, she seems to have fallen ill. She's afraid of infecting them. Yael said they understood everything. Then he introduced himself. Luke did the same. The girl discontentedly calls him a real pig and pities her sister. Someone turns to Anna. The man apologizes for her bad manners, and the girl feels pain from his touch. The boy says she's not the only one, and his friend wonders who he's talking about. The man apologizes for disturbing them, but he'd like to ask Prince Yael and Mifa to participate in the interrogation. His Majesty has departed for the Marquise's domain, and a report on the robber's interrogation needs to be prepared. The boy agrees and asks if he needs the same. Luke can wait here for now, and Anna will accompany him. They're both shocked by this. Duke Yael wants to leave them with Anna and Lala, testing their behavior. He doesn't want to marry his daughter off to just anyone, even on the king's orders. If the rumors are confirmed, he'll back down. The boy reports what he's understood. The girl says she'll make tea. They all sit together at the table. There are 3 cups of tea on the table. Luke is amazed by the look of the girl in front of him. He makes something out of paper. The prince is asked what it is, and he replies it's a wyvern he made origami of. The girl asks if it's a dragon. She heard he was training to be a rider and killed his dragon. He asks to look at what he's like alive, but the girl angrily says that it is just paper. Then the prince points his finger at the figures and uses light and flight, after which they begin to glow and fly. The girl looks at this in surprise and asks him to teach her too. The prince decides to try. He asks where their toilet is, and the girl says that she will show him there. Suddenly a bell rings. The maid asks if they called her. The girl asks Iris to take the prince to the restroom. Iris agrees and asks him to follow her as she climbs the stairs. The guy thinks that in this world, toilets are probably primitive everywhere, just a hole in the floor. But he is told that not at all. In this castle, the maids clean the toilets with magic. A guy in the toilet uses a cleansing spell and wonders where everything goes after the spell. He's told it's in another dimension, the same one where their things are stored in dimensional pockets. But this is classified information, and he's asked not to tell anyone. The girl comes in and asks in surprise that cleaning is not required. The prince admits that he managed it himself. Suddenly, he notices that someone is coughing. It is coming from the mistress's room. She lay down to rest. In their world, this disease is called tuberculosis. Here it is completely incurable, but its contagiousness can be removed with a magical barrier. The guy says that he wants to talk to her mistress. Suddenly, the girl asks him to stop, because her illness is critical, is contagious, and he can't go in there. They tell her that she can wait in the hallway. The guy still goes into the room with a sick girl who is lying in bed looking bad. A few years ago, a girl angrily asks others if they have seen Prince Luke. The tutor is already beside himself. They ask her if he is skipping classes again. In the garden, someone asks Luke if he should go to school, and the boy tells his grandmother that he would rather study with her. However, she says with a smile that it is in vain that he does this, because she is a very strict teacher. The prince uses an air shield, then enters the sick girl's room. He apologizes for the intrusion and introduces himself. He's the future son-in-law of the Duke of Forest. The girl is surprised that he decided to introduce himself to her personally. It's polite. She informs him that she is Duchess Sasha, but he risks getting infected from her, so it is better for him to leave this room. Suddenly, she starts coughing blood into a napkin, and the guy is surprised by this. The maid apologizes and says that she warned the prince. He thinks that in this world, medicine is poorly developed, so diseases are difficult to treat with magic, and if a magician is ignorant of medicine, spells do not work. The prince apologizes and extends his hand to the girl. Using a spell of purification and restoration, everything begins to glow. The protagonist wonders if it worked. He consults the navigation system, which informs him that he has alleviated the symptoms, but the illness is already in an advanced stage. Repeating the spell for 10 consecutive days will increase the effect. The girl, surprised, reports feeling much better, and the maid notices a blush has appeared. The girl turns to Luke and thanks him. It seems she got a wonderful son-in-law. Apparently, rumors about him even reached the Duchess. The maid approaches the guy and asks him if she can ask him about magic. She asks why he used the mid-level aqua healing and what the other two spells were for. She wants to ask more questions, but the guy says that there are too many questions and asks her to stop. The girl apologizes and says that she wants to become a healer. Suddenly, a man comes in and angrily says that he told them not to let anyone near his wife. The maid suddenly forgot that she had called the Duke, and the navigation informs Luke that he believes that he disturbed his wife out of curiosity. The wife turns to the man and tells him that he used healing magic. Her fever went down and her cough went away. He promises that in time he will heal her completely, but this cannot happen because the disease is incurable. The man is shocked by this. The guy behind the Duke asks Luke if he can really cure the Duchess. The guy admits that if they give him another 10 days, then everything should work out. The guy says that if his father knew about his abilities, he might not have proposed to him. Luke asks if he can leave for the academy in 10 days. The man asks if he's sure he'll be able to, since even a holy healer couldn't cure this illness. He'll also miss the demon summoning ceremony at the academy. And the man asks in surprise. Luke is asked if he remembers how they made contracts with the demons. If he has forgotten, he sighs and asks if it can be done later. But a certain position of the stars is required. So the summoning circle can only be used once a year, and there is no way to postpone the ceremony. A man asks what would happen if his wife's treatment were interrupted for one day so he could attend the ceremony. He says it's probably nothing serious, and that the symptoms are unlikely to get much worse. The man tells Luke that in that case, he'll ask the director for a few days off. The girl's stomach suddenly rumbles, and she says she's embarrassed. The protagonist then mentions that she's regained her appetite. She's barely eaten lately. The Duke turns to Yale and Luke asking them if they would mind having dinner, and they say that they would not under any circumstances. Luke turns to the girl and asks her if she would like to join them, even if just for a little while. Lala really misses her. The protagonist warns that he will create a magical barrier so that no one can become infected from her. The girl asks if there is definitely no danger. If so, she would like to see her daughters, and the man agrees to do so. He thinks that he needs light and nutritious food. The man reports that he eats such food, but he heard that it is harmful to the stomach. The basis of the local cuisine is baked goods, and when they have a cold, they eat soup. He asks if he can help in the kitchen. Yale angrily asks him what kind of kitchen he wants since he is a prince. He says he wants to cook food that helps restore strength. The man asks if it will be good for Sasha. Then the kitchen is at his disposal. He says that when it is ready, he will call them, But for now, let him rest. The girl agrees, and the main character uses the cleansing. The maid beams and asks the guy why he used this spell again. He says that it is to destroy germs that they cannot see. The maid asks him if he is going to the kitchen. She shows him. The main character is in the kitchen. Someone asked what kind of meat is in front of them. They answer that it is wild buffalo meat. This very expensive meat is considered the most delicious here. The main character thinks about eating meat, rice. He has already come up with a menu. Everyone around is surprised by this. A guy makes cutlets with demi-glace sauce. People think it looks very appetizing. He thinks it's not bad, but some soy sauce wouldn't hurt. The tomato soup with risotto turned out well. He asks to bake this batch the same way as the first one. Then it can be served, a small one for the hostess. The protagonist tells the cooks to make smaller portions for the Duchess. The guy creates an air shield and the girl asks if they are too tired. He tells him that if she gets tired, then she should go straight into the room. She will just sit at the table and asks him not to worry. The children turn to their mother. However, the main character stops them and tells them that the spell needs to be used on them too. He creates an air shield. Now they can hug. The mother joyfully hugs her children. The main character announces that he has prepared a light and nutritious meal for them. He asks them to try it and eat it slowly. The children are amazed at how delicious it smells and looks. The girl also wants to try what Prince Luke has prepared. She asks if it is enough for her. The cooks tell them that they have prepared extra food, and if they want it, they will bring it to them right now. The girl says that it is delicious. The Duke asks Luke if this is a traditional dish of the Vol Kingdom, and he replies in the negative. Luke simply made nightly forays into the kitchen and cooked himself delicious treats. The girl understands why he's so overweight. The Duke asks his wife how she feels. She replies that everything is fine, as if she had never been sick at all. The protagonist asks to be careful. This is a temporary effect. The disease cannot be cured immediately with mid-level magic. The girl anxiously asks if this means her mother is still sick. Luke says yes, but he will definitely continue the treatment. The girl notices that there's no hint of guile in his words and asks if he'll really cure her. The man, shocked, asks if it is true that she will recover, and the girl thanks Prince Luke. The girl says that as a sign of gratitude, she will play for him. The man tells her that they are talking. Let him play later. She so rarely volunteers, so the mother wants to listen to her. Then the girl starts playing the piano, and the main character thinks that the sound is beautiful. This piano was created by the best masters among the dwarves and elves. He wants to play it himself, after all. He studied music until high school. The guy tells Luke that he also learned to play as a child. He says that yes, he decides to play a polonaise and asks the girl if she wants to sing together. He asks her to simply sing along with him. The girl starts singing along with the main character and they do well. The mother thinks about how her daughter Lala performs in front of an audience with such pleasure. The main character thinks about how the piano has a wonderful sound. He can't tear himself away. The blonde girl thinks that this melody is calming. Then she looks at Luke and starts to feel embarrassed. Everyone says it was great. When asked when he learned it, the guy says it's a secret. The girl tells Luke that several of their maids had become infected while caring for her. She asks him if he could examine them too. The protagonist agrees. The husband says that he understands her, but this is not right. Luke says the examination won't bother anyone and won't take much time, but the man replies that that's not the point. The servants are the family's property, and if an aristocrat treats the maids, their reputation will suffer. The Duke is confused. The protagonist reports that the maids may be sick, even if there are no symptoms yet, and everyone in this mansion needs to be checked. The girl thanks him for his concern, and the protagonist asks him to simply call her Luke, because very soon they will become a family. She reports that this is true. Then she will call him Luke. The main character is shocked by something. Navigation tells him that Mifa has seen him in a new light, and he hopes he made a good impression. He asks Luke how he'll know if they're infected. Luke admits he has a skill similar to the analysis spell. He asks if he has such a skill. He is much more capable than him. His father clearly underestimated him. Luke says that he is overestimating him. The protagonist asks permission to at least look at those present here. He tells Lala that she is the first. The girl happily says that she agrees. The guy thinks that she is cute. The protagonist uses the status analysis and navigation, tells him that his skills are insufficient, asks him to increase his level by 1 step, then he repeats the status analysis. The protagonist reports that Lala is completely healthy, He did not find anything. Then he will check the others. He informs the Duke that he has an infection, but he's not sick. A hardened person has a strong immune system and can defeat the infection before it begins to spread. Luke asks him not to scare him like that again. Then they go into the room of the sick maids. The protagonist uses aqua healing and purification, then restoration, and the girl says she's feeling better. He cured 2 people, but she still needs treatment. But she shouldn't worry. However, one of them has heard that their illness is incurable. He informs them that they will recover, and that they should look after the Duke and Duchess. They thank the man, but they need to thank his future son-in-law. The Duke thanks the protagonist and asks if he would like a hot bath, which he does not refuse. The main character is relaxing in the bath with a friend, and the friend gets up and says that he still needs to write a report. Suddenly, Lala bursts into the bathroom naked and, smiling, tells Luke what she wants to do with him. Luke thinks this is awkward. The maid apologizes to Prince Luke, as she tried to interfere, and he says it's nothing serious, and the navigation tells the protagonist that he can let her into the bathhouse. The girl asks if she can't come in. The main character says with a smile that of course she can. She's happy. And the maid says that it's in vain that he lets her in. The main character says with a smile that it's okay, because he has a younger sister and they always went to the baths together. In this case, the maid entrusts the little mistress to his care. Then Luke and Lala start singing just like that, and the girl starts teaching the guy how frogs croak, after which he asks her if it's them. It doesn't look like the maid is sitting and listening to them. Then the maid comes out with Lala and thanks Prince Luke she hasn't seen her mistress so cheerful for a long time. She was told to tell him that the Duke is already expecting the guy, which surprises him. After this, the main character is already in the Duke's office, sitting on the sofa. The man thanks the guy for taking care of his daughter Lala. The guy next to him says that Luke is simply used to communicating with their sister Telulu. The main character says that communicating with Lala is not a burden for him. The Duke called them to discuss who would accompany Luke to the academy, and the boy asks again. The Dragon Academy didn't require an escort, so where did this new rule come from? After all of Luke's peers are going to school alone. But the protagonist says that he doesn't need an overseer. But the Duke objects and asks if he wants to keep an eye on him. But he admits that he's far from the truth. He thought that given his previous behavior, having a reliable person nearby wouldn't hurt. The prince informs Duke Yale that he agrees with him. He is also worried about Luke. He informs Yale that he does not need an escort. Suddenly, someone apologizes for interfering in the conversation. It turns out to be a girl who stands up in front of everyone and asks for permission to accompany Prince Luke. The man is surprised by this. The man asks if she really wants to get closer to his family, because Luke is his future son-in-law. If she gets along with him, everyone will think that she is their relative. Prince Luke asks if his opinion is of any interest to anyone here. The girl apologizes and says that her name is Iris Michael. She is the eldest daughter of Count Michael. The girl bows down. The man asks her if she might be looking for a way to become related to the ducal family. The girl shouts that this is not the case at all. She just wanted to learn healing from Prince Luke. She didn't think that it might be inappropriate. Luke thinks that the escort might interfere with his plans. He says that if there is a beautiful girl next to Luke, then he will not vouch for him. The man says that it is already late, so they need to postpone their conversation. Everyone agrees. The main character is in bed and is thinking about how he can't sleep. He keeps thinking about that conversation with the Duke, and suddenly he hears a sound. Lala opens the door and, holding a teddy bear, asks Luke if he is asleep yet, but he admits that he cannot sleep. He suggests that she fight insomnia and asks her to climb into bed. The girl happily agrees with the protagonist, and the boy thinks about the scent of sweet flowers and how everyone in this world has their own scent. Navigation gives a positive answer. Scent reflects a person's character. A bad person can't smell good. The protagonist confesses to Lala that she smells like flowers, and Lala tells him with a smile that he too smells like something delicious. The next morning, the fair-haired girl thanks the 2 princes for everything, and it's time for her to go to the capital. Yale informs her that he will take Luke to the academy tomorrow, and he asks her to be careful on the road. At the night academy itself, Yale informs the protagonist of something that is not very impressive. The out-of-breath protagonist sits on the ground next to his sword and says that he's having a hard time. Yale says that the problem is still the same. To lose weight, he needs to exercise more and let him run 10 laps. The protagonist is horrified. The man reports that his brother also ordered an escort to be found for him, but he is still in doubt. Luke says that he will accept any decision he makes. The Duke gives someone permission to enter. The girl looks out from behind the man and again asks to be assigned as her escort. She wants to learn healing from Prince Luke. He asks her if she wants to go, despite the rumors about him. The girl says that she decided so herself. She was her daughter's companion for 3 years at the Knights Academy. She was never allowed to leave school below 5th place in academic performance, and she knows how to cook. She asks to be appointed as her companion. Navigation tells Luke that, apparently, she is not against becoming his concubine if necessary, even if she is fired later. Iris wants to become a healer and bring benefit to people. Luke is shocked by this. Her father probably wants Iris to have a good marriage, but she has good intentions anyway. Doesn't Luke think that it would be better to have her by his side than the royal informer? The protagonist asks Duke Guile to grant her request. The man thoughtfully asks about Amelia being very withdrawn, but he insisted on the engagement. In fact, it was his older brother, meaning the decision was made by the king. The man thinks that he has no heir. And then there is his wife's illness. The brother himself chose a groom for his daughter, but he chose the pig prince from a neighboring country. So why did the Duke agree? He reports that if the rumors were true, he was ready to drive him away, but he conquered Lala in an instant. Her special skill is to recognize bad intentions. He believes his daughter's abilities more than rumors. Prince Luke is told what he should understand. The protagonist asks if he understands his task, whether he means to provide the duchy with heirs, but his brother wants more. In their country, magical abilities are rare, and he has them, so they expect at least 10 children from him. It was initially assumed that he would marry Anna and Lala too. Iris also has abilities, so he can accompany Prince Luke, but only if you become his concubine. The main character in shock asks whether offspring is his duty. In a couple of years, she will be married to someone anyway. It would be better if she chooses Prince Luke. At least she definitely likes him. The protagonist asks her if she likes guys with weight, but she denies it and makes him lose weight, so Iris became his companion. The next morning, everyone gathered on the street. The main character thanks the girl for agreeing to take him. The girl also thanks the guy. He says with a smile that it is not difficult for him. The Duke turns to Prince Luke and asks him to treat Emily with understanding. Knowing her shyness, he will try to be gentler, and he will be grateful to him for it. He will take part in the ceremony and will return to them on Saturday when he finishes treating the Duchess and begins his studies at the academy. He will, of course, try to heal the Duchess, but he does not want to become a breeding bull. He doesn't like the way things are here, but there's nowhere to run. Unseemly rumors are circulating about him. The girl begs Luke to come back quickly, and he agrees. He must change everything at any cost during his 3 years of study. He hugs the dragon and tells him that he is a good boy. He brought 3 people at once. The dragon likes it. 4 people have already ridden on it. The main character is shocked by this. He tells him that he grabbed something tasty for him. Let him help himself. Yal is angry because he spoils him. Yal is asked what he will do next. He says that tomorrow the king will return to the palace. He will stay in the capital for a day. After the audience with the king, he will fly home. So they say goodbye to him here. The protagonist is surprised and asks his brother if he can convey his apologies to Lulu and Tallulah for leaving without saying goodbye. Yael asks him if he misses Lulusha. It seemed they loved each other. The protagonist informs him that he is not reasoning as the heir to the throne. He will, of course, inherit the kingdom. But, first of all, Yael is his brother, and he doesn't want to watch him suffer from love. The main character calls him too caring. The protagonist heard that Lulu was already engaged to the Marquis's son. He would put an end to these rumors when he proposed to her. She was still free. The guy is shocked, thinking about what it means that Yael is in love with Lulu. He doesn't think that it's mutual, and Yael has never shown his feelings. Yael decides to tell the guy a secret, which surprises him. The main character, in shock, asks him about the fact that he is in love with Aunt Karina, and it is mutual. Yael asks him to be quiet. Aunt Karina is the youngest of my father's sisters. She is not even 30 years old yet. She was forced into marriage, but on the very first day, she beat her husband and returned home. It will take his father several years to convince his grandfather, and until then, he will be engaged to Lulu. He asks what Luke thinks. He no longer cares about his feelings for Lulu. He doesn't understand anything. The boy says that this is humility. Won't he regret it? He announces that he can handle his own desires. They've arranged a waltz at the hotel. Luke asks Iris what they'll do. The girl says that she wants to buy some things. There are several good shops nearby. Then they go shopping. The girl suddenly yells at him to put the groceries back, no matter how much he buys, and he won't get more than his allotted portion. He asks Iris to stop calling him Prince. The protagonist walks forward, breathing heavily, and says that it would be better if they lived on the first floor. They were placed on the fourth floor for safety. Only aristocrats can get up there, and the extra physical exertion wouldn't hurt. The protagonist turns on the tap and is surprised to find that there's hot water, all thanks to the magical plumbing. You just need to change the magical stones in time, which turn into bones. They also have a refrigerated cabinet here to store food. Now she will put their purchases in this cabinet. The main character thanks the girl who brings some tea. He tells her that she is probably tired and can rest in her room. She thanks him, and if he needs her, he should ring the bell. He lies on the couch and opens the ability board, realizing that he has 5 special abilities. The protagonist thinks and looks at the ceiling, thinking that it is better that no one knows that the goddess gave him these skills. Navigation tells the guy that he is good at navigation, which is natural, because he came here from another world. Luke understands that he has flown here. His skill level is average in this area. He asks Navigation what he is looking at. The guy is thinking about which skill is the most useful. Navigation tells him that it is, of course, an increase in strength. At level 10, you can even enter superhuman mode, but a sharp increase in strength is harmful to the body. So while it should not exceed the 5th level, with the 8th level and 10th in monastic magic, he will be on par with the other students. In the evening, they tell the guy that dinner is ready. They hope that he will like it. The guy is amazed at how appetizing it looks. He asks Iris about how she is. The servants always eat after the master. Luke tells her that she won't have time to eat lunch. The lunch break here is an hour and a half, so he will have time. The main character doesn't want her to get sick, so he suggests eating at the same time when they are alone. Now too, the girl thanks him for his concern. The girl informs him that there will be no exams tomorrow, so maybe he wants to meet with Amelia. He asks that he should go to her, even though he is a prince and she is a duke's daughter. Wouldn't it be better if she took the initiative herself? The girl informs him that it is rude and impolite to force Madame Amelia to come to him, and it's unlikely that she will come, given her isolation. Then we need to tell her maid that they have arrived. There is no need to observe formalities. They can just meet in class. The girl is surprised that he is not quite like they said. She asks if she can visit the temple tomorrow, and a protagonist says yes, he'll take her there. But he decides to go alone, and the girl informs him that's impossible. The Duke has ordered him to follow him closely for the time being. If he runs away, she will be punished for it. The main character suggests in this case to discuss their conditions for the duration of their studies. He only has 3 of them. First, his diet should consist not only of rice and flour, but also of vegetables and meat. Second, he wants to take a hot bath every day. And there is also a third condition: doing sports in the mornings and evenings. Iris asks Luke about what he is going to do in the morning. Navigation admits she's asking because Iris needs to get ready tomorrow, and besides, she doesn't want to let him go alone. He wants to go for a walk. Iris suggests they go together, leaving at 6 time, then 30 minutes of light exercise. He realizes he'll never level up at this rate. The girl sets out as many as 5 of her conditions. He will actively lose weight, eat what she cooks. She should always know where he is. He studies diligently. He will teach her, even if little by little. The main character is in the bathroom and thinks how good it is that the room has a large bathtub, so he can wash himself every day. Navigation admits that this is a real privilege. Although the magic stones are worth nothing, the bath itself is a luxury here. He asks Iris to take a bath before the water in it gets cold. The girl obeys him and quickly runs away with a towel in her hands. Navigation asks the guy what he'll do, but he's confused. Iris thinks he'll peek, so she washes herself hastily, but the guy yells that he won't peek. The guy thinks about how she volunteered to accompany him. Navigation says that it was because she wanted to become his apprentice. When the Duke realized that Iris's family possessed healing magic, he granted them lands and a new title, but a lot of money is spent on maintaining the estate. Apparently, that's why Iris's father decided to marry off his daughters. Luke wonders if it was their abilities that made the marriages profitable. Suddenly, something pops and the girl comes out. The protagonist is surprised that she's quick and can take a longer bath. She says he's grateful for leaving some hot water for her. The girl apologizes and asks why he didn't peek at her. She asks if she is not attractive enough or she's not his type. She was afraid that he would bore her. He asks her if she is attracted to him. He would never touch a girl he doesn't like. He'd often been accused of things he hadn't done before. He'd started spying on the maids who were slandering him simply because they expected it. She thought he didn't care about the rumors. The protagonist suddenly warns the girl not to sell herself short. She admits that many men have courted her, but she rejected them all. She's very valuable. Luke tells her that she doesn't need to be afraid of him. He won't touch her without her consent. He's very surprised by the girl. Her sympathy for him grows. She says that she is not yet ready for an intimate relationship. The guy says that he will not touch her. She asks him to consider that she cannot bear it if he rejects her when she is ready. On the first morning in the dorm, the girl wishes the protagonist good morning. Opening the curtains, she announces that it's time for them to go for a walk. A sleepy Luke asks what time it is. The girl tells him it's 5:30 and he has half an hour to get ready. Luke says that he doesn't have to get up so early on the weekend. Iris asks him what time he planned to go to bed, but he only wanted to go to the temple before lunch. Navigation informs the protagonist that Iris woke up so early to make him breakfast. Maybe he should go for a walk with her after all. She asks him if he wants to sleep some more. He replies that he is already getting up. Luke wonders if it must be very difficult for her to get up so early, but that's not entirely true. While light magic equipment isn't particularly expensive, not everyone can afford it. Poor people are used to early risers, and Iris also goes to bed at 10 o'clock. Luke suggests that they go to the temple after breakfast. She asks if it is too early to go to the temple. Then she suggests that he visit the morning market, and Luke agrees with a smile. The protagonist and Iris are walking through the market, and Luke thinks something smells delicious. It's roast boar, and he can't eat it because he's on a diet. Luke agrees. The guy turns away and thinks sadly about the local food. After which Iris agrees to eat one piece on the go. The male merchant asks them to come again. The protagonist is shocked by how much deliciousness there is here, and he'd love to be left unattended and stuff himself to the brim. The navigation system tells him that would be cruel. Iris reports that the boar meat is delicious, possibly marinated in sake. The man tells her that she guessed correctly. They marinate the meat in sake all night. He asks if it's good, and the girl replies that it's very good. Already in the church, a girl in religious attire greets Iris, who is delighted to see him. They've come to perform the communion ceremony, and he'd also like to pray alone. The girl is surprised and informs him that, unfortunately, he cannot remain in the prayer hall alone and that a donation must be made for the ceremony. Suddenly, the guy puts 2 bags of money in front of her. There are 2 million guineas. She looks at it in surprise. He asks her to give one half to the hospital and the other to the church orphanage. She says the 10,000 would have been enough, but he says that he knows the amount, but he's not donating to the temple, but to an orphanage and a hospital. The girl apologizes, but he asks her not to apologize. He is grateful to her for her advice. Then the girl runs off and asks them to wait a bit. A man enters the room and apologizes for keeping them waiting. His name is Mars, and he's the pontiff of this country. The protagonist doesn't know who the pontiff is, and navigation tells him that in this world, the goddess's servants are considered to be nuns and one pontiff. The man thanks them for such a generous donation to good causes. He came accompanied by Iris, but he sees her for the first time. Where is he from and what is his name? The woman tells Luke to let her introduce herself. She is Mother Natasha. She heard about him from the Holy Arya, from the Kingdom of Volk. He's surprised that they know Arya. He remembers her. He asks them if he can send her a message through them. When he was sent here, he didn't have time to contact her. Mars agrees to the boy's request. In the Vol Kingdom, he learned how to make healing potions. He grew and sold medicinal herbs, and donated half of the proceeds to an orphanage, and that's when they became close with Arya. The protagonist asks the pontiff if he can use the prayer hall, and he says that there are no visitors now, so he can. Then the protagonist summons the goddess, who appears and apologizes. He has many questions to ask her. The girl apologizes for not telling him sooner, but she hears all his desires. The protagonist angrily realizes that she can look into his soul, and he didn't even know it. Events are not developing as she planned. She says that she did not expect that his dragon would die and he would be sent to another country. She asks if the girl was saved, and Luke agrees. He and his little sister made a splash on television. After the plane crash, various channels aired shows with titles like Flying Girl and Flying Squirrel Rescue Suit. The letter he sent to his sister also received attention, and his uncle started making flying squirrel pajamas. The girls start in a pajama commercial, after which sales of Latiaga skyrocketed, and the main character realizes that he is a born entrepreneur. Luke understands that she's doing well. He asks the goddess why he's so fat, whether she wanted him to lose weight, whether he was sent to another country, and how he can now fight the evil god. The goddess sighs and says that his anger is understandable, so for starters, she will fulfill any of his wishes. The guy wants an online ordering system. The girl, in shock, says that this is impossible, and Luke says that she said that she would do anything, but it is not in her power. Although she can control the resources of this world, by choosing it for rebirth, she has already broken some rules. But she offers a replacement. She can give Nabi access to information from his world. The protagonist does not understand who Nabi is. The navigation angrily informs that the goddess named her that. Although she would have preferred a name from him, the protagonist apologizes for this. Nabi is a fine, sonorous name to his taste. If he likes it, then Naba will do for her too. But why the data from another world? The goddess informs him that she will create a large workshop for him. She will also teach him how to make his own homunculus. He will work in the workshop instead of him, and the workshop can be divided. Nabi will find information on how to make soy sauce, and the homunculus will do the work, perhaps with the help of magic. The cooking time can be reduced. She hadn't even thought about that. She praises Luke. She didn't expect anything else from him. The protagonist thanks the pontiff. He tells him that he is the third prince of the kingdom of Volg. His name is Luke Volg. The man is surprised by this and asks the girl if she could invite her. She agrees. Nabi understands that she needs to collect materials, and Luke tells her to find information in another world on how to make soy sauce, shampoo, and medicine. She agrees. The goddess tells the boy that the equipment for the workshop will be waiting for him in a spatial pocket in exchange for him defeating the evil god. The protagonist understands this and entrusts the workshop to Nabi. The navigation informs that she likes it and she will do everything. Can she start right away? The guy agrees. But first, negotiations await him. He apologizes to Iris for making her wait. She was praying the whole time. He has a request for her, and the girl asks in surprise what it is. Suddenly, the goddess's voice appears in the girl's head and greets her. The girl is shocked and doesn't understand what's happening. The protagonist asks her not to be afraid, as it is the voice of Nereid. She has a personal request for her. The thing is that she gave Luke a special assignment, and she wants Duke Guile not to find out about anything. The girl asks in surprise about this, and if this is her request. She can only tell the Duke when Luke allows it. She knows that the Duke ordered her to report on Luke's every move. Iris can simply dose the information. In order to fulfill the goddess's mission, he needs to improve quickly, and sometimes he will get into trouble. The Duke's troubles will certainly not please him. He expects that after his studies, he will begin to produce offspring. This is a problem. They cannot tell him. Because he will demand details, want to find out what kind of assignment Nereid gave, and ask Mifa to check if they are lying. She doesn't like it either, but there's no way she can open up to him now. Luke promises that in return he will teach her healing. The girl, in tears, says that she is a simple servant and does not dare to refuse the goddess. Hearing her voice is happiness for her. The girl informs him that she will not tell the Duke about him and will only convey to him what Luke authorizes. The navigation indicates that even a pontiff will only hear the goddess's voice a few times during his entire tenure, and Iris understands that she has been honored. She thanks Iris, and in gratitude, she gives her her blessing. Now she can master high-level healing magic. The girl happily thanks the goddess and tells Luke that this is great, and he agrees with her. After some time in the store, the protagonist asks the seller for large beans, 10 kilograms, which surprises the man. Iris asks him why he needs so much. She asks him to refrain from unnecessary spending. The Duke keeps track of what he spends his money on. The protagonist thinks that she is not his financial advisor. Navigation suggests that she clearly believes that the goddess has entrusted him to her care, and Iris intends to protect him at any cost. He confesses to Iris that one of the abilities granted to him by the goddess is the ability to control time within a spatial pocket. The girl is surprised by this, since only a few people possess it. She asks him about his other skills, but he can't tell her about the others, and this one needs to be kept secret too. The merchant wonders if they'll buy anything. The guy asks her not to worry, because this way the beans will stay fresh. The girl reluctantly agrees and tells him not to think about secretly cooking and eating them. Luke agrees. Mifa's departure from the Duke's house. The protagonist wishes her good night and she responds in kind. The girl sits on the bed and thinks about how he saved her life, said she was attractive, helped Erica, cooks great, and even plays the piano. Then she asks Erica about what she saw while she was interrogating her. Erica says that Luke is very kind. He even quickly found a common language with Lala. She also shows her a portrait taken today. Crystal plates can transmit images, and even she, despite her poor eyesight, can make it out. Erica tells her she needs to rest, as they're leaving early in the morning. Late at night, the girl looks at a photograph of the main character and thinks that he is handsome. The next morning, she confesses to Erica that for some reason she feels heavy at heart, and she asks if Prince Luke is really to blame. She asks her if she's fallen in love. The girl in her chambers ponders whether this is love. Suddenly, the girl comes to her senses from some signal. Amelia appears on her screen and tells Mifa that she needs advice. Iris opens the curtains and wishes the main character a good morning. Today is the first day of school, and first there is a walk. They are on the street, and the guy asks Iris if she is worried. She says that yes, the newcomers are already conspicuous, and she's also 3 years older than the other students. And besides, she's accompanying him, so they will definitely look at her with curiosity. Iris asks Luke about how he seems completely calm. He says he's worried too, and besides, Amelia didn't want to meet her, and he's sad. She's barely seen her either. She never even goes to dinner parties. The guy asks her if she's withdrawn. But Iris heard that Amelia is friends with other girls, and at dinners, they were constantly trying to matchmake her with someone, so she has avoided them ever since. In the academic building, the guy announces that here they are. He greets Luke and Iris, saying that his name is Eric, and he will be their mentor. First, he tells them 5 important rules and asks them to sit down. First, teachers are indifferent to students' titles. Second, they don't pressure students and treat them equally. Third, students can be expelled for poor academic performance. Fourth, magic is not allowed outside of class. Fifth, the use of force is prohibited. He informs them that this is all. Whether they understand, the protagonist gives a positive answer, and Eric suggests going to class. They enter the auditorium and Eric is surprised at how quiet it is. He informs everyone that the one they have heard so much about has arrived. He asks Luke to introduce himself. He is the very prince from the neighboring country. Everyone around was in shock. The teacher apologized to Luke, saying he'd confused him. Luke cleared his throat and replied that he'd start over and introduced himself as Luke Volg, the 3rd prince of the Volg kingdom. He'd come to this place as the fiancé of the Duke's daughter, and asked which of them was Amelia. The students started whispering about Amelia, not believing who her fiancé was. She was so unsociable. Luke wondered if she was really going to hide from him now. The voice told him that it seemed so, and he was the picture of calm. But what next? The teacher told the boys to be quiet and told Luke he thought he could meet his fiancée during the break. The hero agreed, but the hero still asked the teacher to point out Amelia, for he had arrived here completely ignorant and didn't even know what his fiancée looked like. The teacher said she was sitting in the back row by the window, and his place would be right behind her. She looked like an ordinary girl. Luke greeted her, but she ignored him, and the voice said that maybe she was just shy about talking to a boy. The voice noted that Amelia uses magic to change her appearance. The ornament around her neck is a magical artifact, so Luke won't see her true face. The voice said it seemed like she only went to class with that necklace, and the boy didn't understand the point of such an elaborate effort. There was a knock on the door, and the teacher told him to come in. An old man entered the classroom, apologizing for interrupting the lesson, and the teacher, seeing the principal, asked what had happened. The principal said he brought 2 more new students, but the teacher had never heard of them and asked why there was such a rush to admit him. He hadn't even been notified. The old man told the 2 in the hallway that they could come in. 2 girls entered the classroom, and the hero screamed in surprise. Luke called the teacher, saying that the Duke of Guile was calling. The headmaster said that was most likely why he was calling. Luke answered and told the Duke that he had a lesson and asked if it was urgent. The Duke apologized and said that he had just received news from his brother, or rather from the king, and suggested that they contact each other after classes. Luke said he probably wanted to inform him of Mifa's arrival. The Duke asked how he knew if someone had warned him before him. Luke explained that Mifa and Erica were standing right in front of him. The Duke was surprised at how quickly the girls had arrived. The Duke said they would talk later, and the call was disconnected. The teacher called the principal, saying he seemed to have wanted to clarify the situation earlier. The principal apologized again for interrupting the lesson, but in the morning, orders came from the king and Lady Mif, and her maid, Erica, would now be their students. He added that he had been ordered to enroll them in the same class as Luke. The teacher was surprised by this rather unusual order. The director admitted that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, but he decided that His Majesty had his own good reasons. The girl greeted Prince Luke, saying that they finally met again. Luke recalled that the girl told him that she would not enroll because of vision problems, and Mifa wanted to explain while Erica whispered behind her to be braver. The princess reminded the hero that he called her attractive, and he cried out, replying that yes, he had said so, but why tell everyone about it? She replied that his words were very important to her. She asked him to say those words again, and Luke called her sweet and attractive again, causing her to blush. She said that meant he wasn't lying then, and he reminded her that it was actually impossible to lie to her. He cried out that he wanted them to start dating and get married someday. The hero froze, and everyone began whispering. Some asked if she hadn't heard the gossip. Others reminded her that she had refused their family's offer. The hero silently questioned Nabi about what was going on, and she said she was as confused as he was. He asked the princess why she had suddenly started talking about marriage. Was it really the king's order? She replied that it wasn't. She said that from the day they met, she thought about him all the time. She said her heart ached with longing, and then Erica said she must be in love. And she immediately realized she was right, and she was. The hero became embarrassed, wondering if she was serious, and reminded him they'd only spent half a day together. She cried out that half a day, or half a century, it didn't matter. Her heart fluttered at the memory of their meeting. The hero realized he couldn't resist such pressure. He replied that since he was engaged to Amelia and politics were involved, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to give her an answer immediately. She said she'd been worried about the same thing. She added that Amelia later complained to her that she couldn't even bring herself to say hello to him, so she decided to enroll in the academy the night before. She explained that Amelia had a hard time even communicating with her own mother and thought it would be better for everyone if he married her. In the morning, she rushed to her father, asking for something for herself for the first time in her life. She told him she dreamed of marrying Prince Luke and asked him to let her leave. The king remembered that he was already engaged to Amelia, and then the girl shouted that she would not agree to marry anyone else. Her father, hearing that her intentions were so serious, said he would arrange for her to enter the academy. That's how the girl arrived. Luke asked if Duke Guile was aware of this and reminded him that he was here thanks to his efforts. He had a feeling that Duke wouldn't like it. He asked if it bothered her that gossip was calling him a pig prince. She replied that, no matter what others gossiped about, what he was like on the inside was more important to her than his appearance. The principal interrupted her, saying he didn't want to interrupt her declaration of love, but class was starting soon, and they should postpone their fascinating conversation until later. She sheepishly apologized. She asked Luke if she wasn't good enough for him. He replied that he was flattered by her confession, but he added that he wasn't in a rush to get married and suggested they start with at least a couple of dates. The students started gossiping again. Hearing all this, they couldn't even believe it. The students called them beast and beauty, saying it was like casting pearls before swine. The hero realized that it seemed no one was going to spare his feelings. Luke called the headmaster and said that since the matter concerned the Duke and the King, it would be better to speak in private. He asked not to be considered impertinent, but he asked that he, Amelia, and Mielfa speak privately. The headmaster said that although their conversation had nothing to do with their studies, it was fine. But he reminded them that there would soon be a lecture on magical summoning, so they needed to finish their conversation before the second lesson. Erica suggested taking them along too, since they were nobles even though they were students. Luke had to agree. A little later in the garden, Mielfa thanked the prince for his gracious acceptance of her feelings and asked him to address her informally. The guy replied that, although it was unexpected, he was flattered. He said that she does not see herself from the outside, but she is very sweet and kind, and also has a unique talent. She said that her ability to see through lies usually puts everyone off, and asked if he considered it a disadvantage. He said that people around her sometimes felt awkward, but he thought being honest wasn't that hard. She laughed and was glad she'd had the courage to confess. But the girl reminded that the prince had already spent 2 nights with Iris, and she was interested in whether there was something between them, whether a connection had developed. He replied that they hadn't had anything, and she was glad she'd made it. Erica recounted that when the princess learned Luke was accompanied not by a butler, but by a pretty girl, she immediately became jealous and kept repeating that she had to hurry or his engagement would be impossible to break. She shouted that she'd asked her not to tell anyone. Mifa was in a hurry because she was afraid he'd fall in love with Iris or be enchanted by Amelia's beauty. She was afraid there wouldn't be a place for her next to him and seemed to be counting on being his only love interest. Erica, by all appearances, was adding fuel to the fire, reminding him that Iris and Amelia were quite attractive. Luke suggested getting started now, as they were running out of time. He contacted the Duke, telling him they'd been dismissed from their first lesson. The man asked if the hero had accepted Miafa's offer. Luke replied that he too had decided it would be better to make the one who loved him happy than to marry Amelia against her will. The Duke understood, but he had already warmed to Luke and wouldn't give in so easily. It wasn't that the hero would mind if Luke started bargaining. The Duke said he and the king had reached a compromise. After graduating from the academy, he would receive the title of Marquis on the condition that he take Miea as his wife, and he asked him to make Emilia his concubine. It was clear this was a request, not an order. Nabi told him that if he refused, Amelia would be humiliated. Then the hero asked what would happen if no other suitor could be found for Amelia during the remaining 3 years of her studies. The Duke replied that it was too early to make any predictions. The Duke said he wished his daughter happiness, but when the time came to choose a husband for her, their line must not be cut short. The hero knew this was common among the aristocracy, but he was still struck by it. Luke then reminded her that Amelia suffered from severe shyness. The Duke replied that he could understand a lot, but she had to fulfill her duty to her family. The Duke explained that he had spent the last 5 years unsuccessfully searching for a solution. If Amelia became his concubine, she would not need to be forced into motherhood, and he hoped Luke could cure her and give him heirs. The hero understood that her fear of men could have arisen out of nowhere, and he needed to find out the cause. Then Luke agreed to take Amelia as his second bride until their graduation. If he could heal her and they had a child, the Duke would recognize him as his successor, and he would inherit their duchy. But first, he needed to consult with Princess Miafa and asked for time. The call ended, and the princess asked the hero if he would really do this. After all, he said that he would not marry another who did not love him. The hero replied that he thought you couldn't force someone to be nice even after marriage, and that it was unlikely you could get along with a girl who even hid her appearance from everyone. Natalie Alice, Amelia's maid, was surprised that he noticed her pendant. He turned to Amelia saying that if he left everything as it was, she would still be afraid of people in 3 years. So he asked if she would allow him to cure her painful isolation. The princess asked if shyness could be treated at all, and he replied that healing magic should be used and that it should be started as soon as possible. Then he thought that in 3 years they would be able to cope. In any case, he would need Emily's help, so he asked what she thought. He asked her to understand that he didn't need anything from her, but if she didn't start fighting her fear, things would only get worse. The girl apologized. He said that when she was engaged, other suitors would stop pestering her, and once she was healed, she would be able to find her love, and he promised to break off the engagement immediately. She thanked him for his kindness, and said that hearing that her mother was recovering had brought her a sigh of relief, and that Lala and Anna were happy because they could hug their mother again. And for that too, she thanked him. She wanted to come to him herself, but she seemed paralyzed with fear. Luke said she didn't need to make sacrifices, and he came up with a plan. They'd add each other to their list of close associates and start with friendly correspondence, which wasn't so bad. She agreed. The girls around him began praising him for his kind heart. He said they would then announce their engagement to Malfa and Amelia. and 3 years after graduating from the academy, they would think about marriage. The princess agreed, although she was of little use. She would try to be a good wife. Erika called the princess and whispered something. Then Mifa called Luke, saying that her father wanted him to come to the royal castle. He agreed with this because he needed to introduce himself to the king. But first he had to stop by the Duke to continue treating the Duchess, but he promised that it wouldn't take much time. The first lesson had already ended, so the hero suggested that everyone go to class. The teacher asked if everyone was present and said he wanted them to work in groups today. He assigned Luke, Mifa, and Amelia to one group, leaving the others to decide for themselves. One student stood up, saying he wanted Amelia to be in his group, as before. Nabi told Luke that this young man knew what Amelia really looked like and hoped their friendship would one day blossom into marriage. He really was only thinking about Amelia. Luke thought he seemed genuinely upset, but it was unlikely Amelia shared his feelings. He turned out to be the Duke's fourth son, and he wouldn't inherit anything, which is why he was so happy to be in the same class as Amelia. But he's not a bad person. The teacher told him that the decision had been made by the principal and was not subject to discussion, and he hoped for his understanding. Nabi said they were lucky they'd split into groups, so there was no need to worry about anyone attacking Mifu out of fear of her ability. Then the hero considered the possibility of an assassin posing as a student, and Nabi told him to trust her. She'd use the Yggdrasil system and check his surroundings. The system was created by the gods of this world to store information about all living beings, and he could view its data. The students in their class didn't arouse any suspicion. The teacher said tomorrow's ceremony happens once a year and is held in 4 locations. First-year students would be attending. He began the briefing by saying that a summoned creature enters into a contract with its master and feeds on their magic. The summoner is responsible for the creature's maintenance, and the master pays for the creature's housing. The state provides a subsidy for creatures above rank B. If the summoned creature is small, it lives with its master. The summoned creature becomes a familiar, and cruelty is prohibited. After summoning, the master decides whether to enter into a contract or discard the familiar. He said that first-year students usually summon low-ranking ones, but there have been cases where low-ranking familiars have harmed even experienced mages, and the master has even died. But the teachers will be there. He announced that that was all, and that after lunch they needed to change into their sports uniforms and meet at the stadium. Luke suggested Iris go to the dining room, but she said no. He reminded her that she herself had said that for 500 guineas the food there should be delicious. He should try once. He, of course, knew everyone would immediately start talking about him, calling him a pig prince. But still, the hero was used to this. Iris shouted that he was being rather insolent and that they couldn't go to the cafeteria anyway so as not to break their diet. Then they asked Amelia where she usually ate lunch. Another girl answered for her, saying that she usually always ate in her room. It became clear to the hero that no one would go to the cafeteria. Erika approached him, saying that perhaps he could go have lunch with the princess, as Erika couldn't cook. Luke understood that there were cooks in the royal castle, so Erika didn't need to know how to cook, so she asked if she could entrust Princess Iris with her care. Iris replied that she didn't know she liked princesses, but she'd try to please them, and that Erika could join them too. It wouldn't be a problem for her to prepare another serving. They offered Amelia to join them too. Natalie was a good cook, and teaming up with Iris would save her time and effort. But she declined. But Amelia still asked Natalie if it would be easier for her to cook with Iris, and she replied that it would be much easier. She explained that her diet would be more varied, and that shopping for groceries, washing dishes, and cooking would be much easier. And Amelia agreed. Erika said she'd heard that young men were reluctant to enter the women's dorm, so they would gather in Master Luke's room. They came to the dorm and the girls said that they would serve something light for lunch. Luke thought about how much a similar spectacle would cost in Japan. Nabi said he was acting like an old man. He thought the princess was acting as if they were already married and caring about his food, and Nabi agreed. Mifa apologized for the suddenness of their arrival and apologized to Amelia. He replied that it was nothing serious, but he was a little nervous in the presence of 5 girls. Amelia admitted that she was even glad the princess had arrived. She would have had a hard time deciding on anything on her own. She asked Luke if he cared what she really looked like, and he replied that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested. He asked if she thought seeing her true face would blow his mind, and she replied that it probably wouldn't come to that. but his attitude toward her would change. Lu said he thought she was overconfident, but he'd already realized everyone, even the guard, was falling for her. She even apologized for that. She explained that she tried to avoid public appearances, but was sometimes forced to attend balls and dinners without a necklace. Nabi said that Amelia was known not only for her beauty but also for her good deeds as a nurse. The hero found this to be a difference between them. The girl apologized for her deception. Mifa said, the form should not be more important than the content. Nabi noticed that the hero had managed to calm her down, and so it was time for the first training session. The teacher said that today they would start with 10 laps around the field, and the hero was surprised to start running right away. Nabi reminded him that this was a night academy, and he needed to work hard to meet at least the minimum physical requirements. He understood, but it was difficult. The teacher noticed this and shouted at him that using magic to help himself was forbidden, and told him not to cheat. Nabi remarked that the trainer seemed to have a magical sense. Luke thought he'd raised his stamina skill to level 5, but that wasn't it. Nabi said it felt like he was carrying sandbags. He needed at least level 7 stamina to feel better. He asked if just 2 points would help, but it turns out the scale changes from level 6. At level 10, even with his current weight, he could jump up to the 2nd floor, but his current condition isn't up to that level yet. Nabi noticed that even the princess had gotten ahead of him, and he needed to hurry. The students laughed at him from the sidelines, calling him pig and jelly. When he fell, they started laughing. Mielfa yelled at them to stop, saying he was trying his best and they should be ashamed. They immediately apologized. While Iris helped him up, he silently begged Mielfa to stop defending him, saying he looked pathetic now. Nabi reminded him that if he hadn't been expelled from the Equestrian Academy, none of this would have happened to him. It was 4th period, magic control. The teacher told Luke that he had an A in magic control on his report card, and asked what his skill level was. Luke said that in his country, it was considered that only fools talked about their skills, and asked if things were different there. The teacher replied that they didn't have that either. He added that they work in groups during class, so if he has a high level of magic control, he'll be able to help those who are lagging behind. Mifa, for example, said that she, for example, has had poor eyesight since childhood, so she didn't plan to attend the academy and has almost no experience with magic control. Luke told the teacher that he would help Mifa, who responded and said to ask if anything was unclear, and told the others that they would first start with training within the groups. Luke said that even though he'd agreed to help, the teacher would probably have to explain everything. The girls told him to explain it his way, and that they dreamed of becoming his students. The hero asked Iris's level, and she replied that it wasn't allowed. They started a small argument. He asked her level again, and she replied that she was at level 4, but would soon be at level 5. Then he told her he would soon be at level 7. I had to cover her mouth to keep her from screaming her surprise across the room. He asked who was yelling at the whole class and revealing the instructor's secrets, and she apologized. He told her she needed practice. That was the only way to level up. Luke asked if he and Mifa's primary magic was monastic. The princess replied that he probably assumed so because of her hair color, but she mastered water, lightning, and fire magic. The hero replied that it wouldn't be easy to combine fire and water, just as it would be difficult to combine water and lightning, and she asked if she really couldn't do it. He asked her not to jump to conclusions, and said they could be combined. He held up a fireball and an arrow ball in his palms and, combining them, created a firestorm. He asked if the princess could see normally, and she replied that she saw how green mixed with red, and thus the spell became stronger. She sees magic as colored spots, and also distinguishes human emotions by color. Nabi said this ability was common among albinos. The girls asked him for some tricks for mastering magic. He said it took practice, and even practice in your sleep. He demonstrated and explained that monastic magic can be developed using a household light spell. The strength of the radiance depends on the amount of magical energy. The spell is simple, so it is suitable for constant training. He added that if you get the hang of it, you'll soon be able to maintain the glow for a very long time. For fire magic, the spell heat is suitable. For water, cooling is suitable. For wind, blow is suitable. For wind, blow is suitable. For lightning, discharge is suitable. For darkness, the exercises, immersion, are not difficult. but effective. And for earth magic, you'll have to create pebbles. He said that, in general, it's very useful to practice household spells, and once they've achieved success with their basic type of magic, they can work on other types. Iris was delighted. He suggested they try each of the spells. It was time for dinner. The girls discussed what kind of familiars they would encounter tomorrow. Someone wanted a cute and attractive one. Suddenly, there was a knock on their door, and the girls opened it. It was the king, who apologized for the unexpected visit. Upon entering, he said he'd been so excited to meet Luke, who was shocked they come because of him. They invited him inside, and he said it was a private visit, so there was no need to worry. The king bowed, introducing himself as Zeno, Mipha's father, and as his father, not as her ruler. He thanked him for saving Mipha from the bandits' attack. The hero, confused, asked her to bow and introduced himself, saying it was an honor. The king said he'd been informed that Luke had agreed to marry his daughter, so he wanted to meet in person, so he'd arrived unannounced. The queen, nearby, said he'd dragged her along too, so she apologized again. The king said he was worried because Luke must understand his daughter's abilities. Luke asked if he meant she could recognize lies. Mipha shouted that such concerns were unnecessary, and her mother said they needed to discuss it, otherwise she herself would regret it later. The king asked Iris to leave them. The hero asked for a moment and said that Iris accompanied him everywhere. The king said she shouldn't know what they would discuss, but they had his interests first and foremost, and if he wished, Iris could stay. Nabi told the hero he was taking a risk, but so far so good. The king asked again if the princess's abilities bothered the hero, and he replied that not at all. She was a very sweet girl, and it was an honor to meet her. She was pleased. The king said that smile was everything, and he needed no other proof. Frankly, as a parent, he'd always worried about her talent. All her brothers and sisters had become a bit afraid of her over time, and they barely spoke to each other lately. Luke said it was because people often lied, and the king was surprised it didn't bother him. The hero replied that he simply had no reason to lie to her. She fell in love with him despite his reputation, and he would try to be worthy of her trust. But he heard that the king himself was not against having him as a son-in-law, and asked if it was because in this country, few people inherited monastic magic, and he said that he simply wanted to become related to someone who had 5 types of magic. Moreover, the king knows he's nothing like what they say, that he can use magic and alchemy and healing, and that it seems he was trained by none other than the great sage and sorcerer Edward. Luke said that information about his mentor was supposed to be kept secret, but apparently there's a spy in their court. The king said his father knows all about the spy. Luke realized that the king apparently knew all about the healing potion, which he confirmed by saying he had no intention of demanding anything from him. His father had tried to hide the whole story after all. The hero realized his father had deliberately sold him to a neighboring country. It was certainly a shame. The king knows that Luke prepared large quantities of potions for church doctors, and that the prince was also involved in charity work, helping to heal people. This certainly strengthens the connection between the church and the authorities. He said that if he wanted to build a hatch, he wouldn't object if he wanted to prepare potions in their country too. He would fully support whoever cared for his daughter, and he wouldn't put up any obstacles. Luke asked how he understood that the conversation would soon turn to progeny. The king replied that only if he so desired. He said he trusted Mipha to resolve this matter, and she asked the hero to ignore it, as her father was just joking. Nabi explained that when Mipha asked her father to allow their relationship with the hero, her strategy was that she would have many children, and set an example for Erica and Amelia. The hero asked Erica if she knew, and Nabi said that, undoubtedly, although he was attractive to her, he was a true benefactor in Erica's eyes. When Mipha became queen, Erica would receive a title no lower than a marquise. The hero decided to feign ignorance, and said the king was kind to him. The king replied that he didn't want Luke to leave their country. He thinks that with such magical talents he can earn money anywhere. However, he is ready to give him complete freedom, and in return, only asks him to act for the good of his state. Luke agreed, and since the king trusted him so much, he would work as hard as he could. But first, he asked for his treatment. The king, shocked, asked again. Luke said that the queen seemed to be healthy, but the king himself was not quite so. He asked if she was suffering from a fever. The hero thought that this was a symptom of a protracted illness. He used healing, cleansing, and restoration spells on the king, but that was just the beginning. Things would get better. The king thanked him. The king said that, as he'd said, Luke was a talented man, and there wasn't a word of truth in the gossip. The hero retorted that the rumors about him weren't far from the truth, but the king replied that he was as categorical as his mother. The hero quickly realized that the king's spy was the servant Tilulu. The king remembered her saying that Luke had never made advances toward her, and asked why. The hero replied that it was because she had always been kind to him. Luke wanted to remain a good person in his sister's eyes, and all his past pranks were revenge for the bullying. Mipha shouted that Peking was still rude and he should only look at her. He laughed, saying that now he didn't need anyone but her. The king told Luke to remember to eat well. Later, the hero emerged from the bath and the maid noticed that he really enjoyed taking baths. He said his legs hurt after running and he'd like a massage, but with the use of healing magic. The girl was inspired by the idea and decided to give it a try. The girl mentioned finding out who his teacher was, and the hero said, "The teacher tells everyone he doesn't take people as students, so it's a secret." The girl asked why, and he replied that it's because people die too quickly. Luke said that he would demonstrate the massage technique on her, and that she needed to warm up for it to be more effective. When she was ready, he explained that this technique required a basic level of water magic or monk magic, and a third level of magic control. She was surprised. He noticed inflammation and tense muscles on her leg and pressed on it, but it hurt. He told her to imagine the aqua treatment pulsating through her fingertips, but it still hurt. Luke said to try using my magical sense, because the spell works in tiny circles, a rather complex technique. He asked how it felt now. The girl was delighted to notice that her muscles had completely stopped aching. He said it was her turn now. While she was repeating, he told her not to channel the magic deeply, and to release the spells one at a time without exerting any effort. This was difficult for her. He explained that it was the same as when she used the air spell for 10 minutes while drying her hair. Finally, she seemed to understand the technique and decided to try again. But that day, Iris still had no success. She apologized to him, saying he explained it very well, but she still couldn't do it. He reassured her, saying it wouldn't work right away. He too had needed practice at some point. This technique is also useful for mastering magic control. She promised to try harder. She asked him about a little workout and decided it was time to do some crunches. He replied that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get up right away. At first, nothing worked until she started helping him, holding his legs, and then things started to work. In the morning, there was a knock on his door, greeting him, and he asked who it was. Mipha replied that she was his wife, although they weren't married yet. He asked why she was here so early. Iris admitted that she had actually let it slip that he went for morning walks. Mipha cried out, asking if that was a secret. Luke asked if she wanted to go for a walk with them. She replied that yes, she could use some more exercise too. Iris said she'd make breakfast while they were out, and the princess thanked her. While they were walking, Luke remembered that they had a summoning ceremony today. The princess was looking forward to it. The hero asked what kind of familiar she wanted, and she said she wanted one she could cuddle with. He took it as a pet. She asked who he wanted, but the hero already knew he would have a Nabi. Sometime later, at the academy, the director happily announced that they were beginning the long-awaited summoning ceremony and asked everyone to watch carefully what they should do. He explained that one must first direct a stream of magical energy into the sphere, and the summoning will begin when the sphere glows, and soon a creature will appear that will appreciate their magical energy. He set the example, and a familiar emerged from the circle. The director, seeing the Viverna, thanked her for responding and decided to name her Pippi, since she was female. He said that naming a familiar strengthens the bond. He told the students that he'd shown them the procedure, and the teachers would help them with the rest. The hero realized he simply really wanted to fly Pippi. They began the ceremony with the knights of Class F through Class A. The hero was surprised by the number of knights around the summoning station. Nabi said that usually peaceful creatures respond to the call, but sometimes one of them goes berserk, and then the knights and teachers must ensure safety. Unexpectedly, the king himself attended the ceremony, probably to ensure order. But the hero understood it was because of him. Last up was Class A, the mages. Iris received a red slime. Natalie received a stuffed rabbit. Erica received a silver wolf, and Amelia received a magical rabbit. Everyone was sent back. It was time for the princess. She was asked to place her hand on the orb and then channel magic. A familiar appeared, and everyone exclaimed how cute it was. The teachers had never seen such a creature before and asked them to find a reference book. Finding it in the reference book, the teacher shouted that it was a sacred carbuncle. The king shouted in praise of his daughter. Maifa asked the hero to help her choose a name, and he said she should choose one herself. She said she couldn't see him clearly, so she didn't know what name would be appropriate. He described it as being about 30 centimeters tall at the shoulder and resembling a fox, with long, fluffy ears and a tail, golden fur, and what looked like a precious stone on its forehead. She asked what kind of stone it was, and he said it was bright red, probably spinel. So she decided to name it Spinel. The teacher said that in their and neighboring countries, sacred animals only responded to the summons 3 times. This meant that royal blood was certain, and the prince wouldn't let them down, and he would be the last one to summon today. The hero didn't understand why he was hyping things up. He touched the ball and looked into the circle. Everyone did not immediately notice the appearance of the creature due to its size and mistook Nabi for a pixie fairy, starting to laugh at him. Nabi was offended and hid, not coming out no matter how much he asked. She said everyone would laugh at her and replied, "Another time." The hero was upset because they had been waiting for this moment since they met the goddess. Suddenly, another creature appeared next. Everyone was shocked that he managed to summon 2. The dragon licked him, and he told Diana to stop, because he was already dripping with drool. He used purification magic. It turned out that Diana, his recently deceased dragon goddess, had helped her be reborn in a new body. The king asked Luke if the dragon had responded to his call, and he told Zenon that it had. He explained that they'd already gone through the naming ceremony, which was why Day heard him, and that, apparently, she belonged to one of the ancient black dragon species. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, Diana growled and the circle flared up again. An animal's head emerged from there, saying that they were a bit cramped and there wouldn't be room for it. The hero thought it was a dog. The beast became angry, saying he wasn't a dog and wouldn't let anyone laugh at him. The hero realized he was reading his thoughts. Diana decided to attack him. He was surprised, because no one had grinned at him for thousands of years, and quickly neutralized the dragon. He introduced himself to the hero as Fenrir, and showed him his recently born child. The child was weak and couldn't even drink his milk, and the hero realized he decided to use the summoning to come here so he could nurse him. He called him clever. Luke said he already had 2 contracts, and then the king offered himself for the contract. Fear said he was joking. Did he really want to destroy them? The hero mentally told him to be more polite. He was the king, after all, and asked if he was the one needed for the contract. Fenrir asked if he could say this in front of everyone. Then Nabi explained that the hero possessed special magical energy, as he had come from another world, and was capable of making a pact, even with a being who could not become a familiar to an ordinary person. Fenrir shouted at the king for the hero to make a contract with his offspring, and if his child died, he would destroy his country. The hero shouted, asking what this news was. Angrily, he agreed, and the beast told him to quickly name the child. The hero decided to call him Hati, and Fenrir liked it. Nabi said that Hati was too weak to consent. The goddess would have to force the contract. Now, Fenrir was calm and told them to keep a close eye on Hati. For the first time in history, 3 familiars appeared, and the hero clearly had more trouble. The hero asked Diana how she was, and she woke up. She asked the hero if he was okay, and he was shocked that she was intelligent. Diana twisted her head, asking where the beast was. The hero was amazed that she could speak like Fenrir. Nabi said it seemed she, like him, retained some of her memories. Furthermore, Diana would be able to use her previously accumulated knowledge. She was an ancient dragon, and her 1,400 years of memories would be useful. He was shocked at her age. Nabi said that ancient dragons live for hundreds of centuries by human standards. She's now 14 years old, and she learned the human language from an old dwarf whom she once saved from a werewolf. It seems Diana visited the village for Delicious' sake, and the dwarves happily treated her and did not mind the visit. She said that dragons absorb excess energy around them. When an area is freed from excess magic, dangerous magical creatures leave, and people become less sick. The hero thought it was because of the temples that those with large magical stones bypassed them. But the dwarves didn't have temples. Diana asked what had happened, and he explained that Fenrir, who had appeared, was their friend. Diana didn't believe him because that deity was also very powerful. Luke said that her cub was also his familiar, so they should become friends. She noticed that it was very weak. Luke said Nabi needed to make a saddle, and he wanted to get the antelope skins that Diana loved. But he didn't know where to fly. Nabi said there were several herds in the swamps 30 kilometers away, and they decided to head there. The king stopped them. He said he wanted to talk to him privately. The hero said he was flying out on a mission, and they could talk later. The king began to ask to fly with him, even without a saddle, and dangerously. But he was training to be a dragon rider. They flew. Luke asked if the guards had really let the king go, and he replied that they would scold him later. Diana asked where she should fly, and the hero, looking at the map, pointed in that direction with his finger. The king was impressed by the speed, telling Luke he was delighted. Luke reminded the king that they were, after all, hunting. Luke told the dragon that there was a herd of antelope ahead, and in order not to damage the skins and meat, she needed to aim for the heads, and one carcass would be for her. Diana accepted the order with joy. The king asked if they were really hunting wildebeest. The hero replied that they were, after all. Their meat was delicious and their hides were good. The king shouted that they were Class B and dangerous, to which the hero said that he had already tried this kind of hunt, and the dragon liked the antelopes. He told the king to hold on tight as they lowered their altitude and began the hunt. The king was amazed at the ancient dragon's strength, and the hero praised it. The king said he loved it when animals were killed, but he enjoyed hunting, so he asked the hero if he would take him along next time. The hero thought it was sweet that the king asked rather than ordered and promised he would. With business concluded, they headed home. Later, buffalo steaks were in front of them. The king apologized for having to cook for everyone again, but the hero said it was no big deal. Mifa called Luke and said that students who had dragons as familiars were transferred to the Dragon Rider Academy, and he had studied there before, which meant that he might go back. Luke explained that all the princes in their country were given a dragon egg as children, so they were not allowed to choose where they studied, and the king replied that it was the same for them. He asked Luke if he hadn't liked it at the Dragon Academy. Luke recalled that he'd chosen martial arts as his first specialization, and combat magic as his second, but they'd pointedly changed his first specialization to healing. He'd said he wanted to be a combat mage, that was all. The king sighed and said that he wanted to see him as a dragon rider, but he respected his intentions. The hero thanked him for that. Luke reminded Zannen that he wanted to discuss something. The king then asked if he planned to return to his homeland if he had the opportunity. He clarified that he was asking because King Julius wished to see him. The hero realized that his father needed Diana and Fenrir, no less. The king said that even though the hero and his future son-in-law were both eligible for the title of duke, the hero and his future son-in-law were both eligible for the title of duke. The hero and his familiars could remain in their country. Luke is, of course, attached to his family, but here too he is considered part of the family. He admitted that, frankly, he didn't want to leave, which calmed the king. Then the king's first wife, Zeno Carmia, asked if it was time for them to have an engagement reception, and she hoped that he would also take her daughter Alice as his wife. Mifa supported this idea and told her father to start preparing quickly. The atonement was impossible, to avoid giving rise to gossip. The queen told the princess not to rush, as Luke seemed displeased. She asked Luke what was wrong, and he reminded her that she herself said that she didn't like pompous aristocratic weddings. She said that was true, but she was afraid he might suddenly change his mind, which was why she was in such a hurry. The king was worried about something else, that King Julius would decide to take Luke away by force. Luke asked if they could call him together. He wanted to talk in person. Julius yelled at Zeno that he was hiding from him since he wasn't picking up the phone. Luke yelled at his father to be more polite, since he was speaking to the king after all. Julius shouted at his son that he had summoned excellent familiars and could earn the title of Duke at home and return sooner. Luke told his father he was being too persistent and didn't want to go home. His father told Zeno that he had sent Luke his beautiful daughter to lure the dragon away from him, and that he was a fraud. The hero replied that he and Miafa had begun dating even before the summoning ceremony. He shouted that if anyone needed his familiars, it was his father himself, who shouted that he was doing his best for his son. The mother appeared, pushing the king aside and shouting at her son. Julia said Amelia had cried her eyes out, and he should think about his mother. Luke reminded her that she was crying because he had secretly sent him out of the country. He told his mother not to worry because he was doing well and everyone was kind to him. He told her he was dating a girl who loved him and had no plans to return. She asked if he was there of his own free will. Luke told his mother that the princess was a high-ranking investigator. Mifa apologized for interrupting and introduced herself, saying that she and Luke had recently become a couple and that she was pleased to meet his parents. The queen asked her what her intentions were, and she replied that she knew what people were saying, but she thought Luke was a fine man. She said that he saved her life, and that after talking to him for a little while, she fell in love and loved him with all her heart. The queen could not say anything against such pressure, and the princess thanked her. Amelia asked Luke about Lulu, reminding him that they loved each other and were planning to marry. The hero said he'd heard she was engaged to someone else. The queen shouted that they needed to maintain a good relationship. Luke said he and Mifa would come visit them in the summer and then decide something about Lulu. The king immediately bombarded him with questions about him not returning home and betraying his own mother. Luke replied that, if it came down to it, it was his father who had betrayed him. Amelia asked if Luke really liked it there. He replied that he could be a student and study without being bored. He asked his mother to take care of his father and asked his father to stop pestering King Zeno. And he said more sternly that if he started doing that again, he would fly in on a dragon and personally teach him some manners. Julius the rabbit shouted at him not to threaten him. Suddenly, the animal named Hati jumped on the young man. The girls surrounded the animal, admiring its cute appearance and playful character. Suddenly, a message notification rang, first from one of them, then from the other. Mifa somehow managed to find out someone else's data. Her friends realized she'd managed to do it using her tablet. She then apologized for her curiosity. However, it wasn't a big deal. The guy asked if she knew his weight now, and if the girl was still happy with everything. Mifa couldn't give a precise answer, as she didn't have much to compare it to, but she didn't notice any problems. Then the young man asked her opinion of Hathi, and her friend was overwhelmed with delight again. For her, the animal ranked second only to Spinel in cuteness. But the question of how this ranking was compiled remained open. The girl suddenly asked Luke to let her hold her familiar in her arms. The animal sat comfortably, while its soft fur was stroked. Mifa also wanted to pet the animal. The king remarked that he had probably already gained some strength. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the sacred animal's rank had risen to 12. Apparently, hunting with the dragon had improved his skills. Then, Natalie asked Luke about his fairy. He immediately realized she was talking about Nabi. After his words, a fairy suddenly appeared in the room. She joyfully announced herself. The girl asked Nabi to let her choose a dress. The fairy agreed. She wanted a cute outfit. Luke wondered why she didn't speak out loud. But the fairy began to insist that it was only because of her small size. They simply did not hear her. Her demeanor betrayed a rather combative spirit. Nabi was ready to defend herself against any creature that touched her. However, the fairy quickly denied this notion, as nothing like that could happen to her. The boy asked again if he was allowed to touch her. Nabi allowed it only if she wanted to. The young man extended his hand and felt warmth, like the touch of a feather and the scent of vanilla. Amelia, seeing this, also wanted to touch the fairy and asked her permission. She wasn't opposed to allowing her dear friend to touch her, but the young man didn't like the way she called her. The fairy mentally apologized to her master and tried to explain that she had simply given in to emotion. Luke decided to change the subject and asked why she needed a different outfit. She imagined the pixie exactly this way, so it won't be difficult for her to change her appearance. Nabi believed that if she and Amelia became friends, Luke would see her more often too. Perhaps that would make her trust him more. Touching the fairy with her finger, she discovered the emanating scent of sweets. The aroma of vanilla had a relaxing effect. The girl was surprised by the young man's extensive knowledge. Nabi raised her head proudly and declared that it could not be otherwise, because she personally chose her master. The king and his wife followed suit, turning their attention to the little animal. Hathi fell fast asleep in their arms. The boys then decided to follow his example and go to rest so as not to wake the animal. As she left, the woman turned to look at Amelia, but she wanted to remain silent, saying that it would be disrespectful for her to wear the necklace in the presence of His Majesty. She apologized for not being able to appear in public without the jewelry. even though she was only required to wear the necklace to class. However, the girl never showed her face even to Luke, so those around her wondered how she was going to marry him. The guy told Carmia that Emilia was free to open up to him of her own free will. She was shocked by his reaction, as he should have been interested in knowing what she really looked like. Luke assured with a smile that there was curiosity, but he was not stupid enough to force anything. The fairy also assured her friend if anyone dared to offend her, she would protect them. Iris was pleased to hear words of support and understanding. The guy held a sheet of paper in his hand and studied the necessary information, and the necessary ingredients were already lying on the table. The girl noticed this and asked him what he was doing. The young man explained that he wanted to make hair shampoo. If he succeeded, everyone would be able to give up the scented soap they were using. The bride liked the idea. The young man began preparing and mixing the necessary ingredients, and Iris tried to help. They soon succeeded in creating shampoo and conditioner in bottles. The girl became curious about how to use it. The hero explained that first, the shampoo removed dirt from the scalp, and then the conditioner restored and nourished the hair along its length. Meanwhile, Nabi made lotion and face cream, because beautiful girls couldn't do without such things. Iris paused, then clarified that she wasn't quite sure what she was talking about, so she suggested they take a bath together. Luke wasn't expecting anything like that and was quite surprised. He began to feel embarrassed, and he offered to explain how and what to use, and she should start preparing the bath, and the girl agreed. Then she suggested doing a little training first. She changed into her underwear and decided to work on Luke's abs first. The guy was charmed by her outfit, and without further objection, got down to business. Iris held his leg to the floor to ensure proper execution of the exercise. He hinted to the girl not to be offended if he attacked her. However, she was prepared for that. The fairy watched them in surprise, hearing her master's thoughts about whether Iris truly considered him a potential spouse. Apparently, Luke's familiars were the deciding factor in this matter, but it was still important that his chosen one could make him happy. Therefore, he had to choose the one with whom he felt joy. Continuing with the exercise, the hero asked Iris if she was a boyar, saying that if they had begun a relationship, Mifa might have hated her. This frightened the girl. She was genuinely afraid. He still had 4 more climbs to reach the target. Though it was hard for Luke, with such motivation, his strength grew. Soon the young man finished his last set and fell limply to the floor. The assistant praised him and suggested they continue soon. The young man thanked her for her help, and then she sent him to get a drink of water and go to the bathroom. The water had already been collected, and the young man suggested that they lie in the hot water for a while. While they were peacefully enjoying the relaxing effects of the bath's warm temperature, the girl decided to ask Luke if he wanted to take concubines. However, the boy was reluctant, as he had only recently managed to reach an agreement with his father and King Zeno, and the balance they had established was very fragile. Iris agreed that family feuds were not uncommon. The hero added that he wouldn't want to be the cause of discord, but the woman believed the relationship didn't necessarily need to be ruined. Then the guy agreed with her. She cited Princess Mifu as an example, who was friends with Erika, and nothing could ever cause a quarrel between them. Besides, Iris and Erika were also friends. The young man concluded that the girl was quite confident in herself. He thought she was optimistic. She believed they were in perfect circumstances. Within 3 years, Luke would definitely be able to fall in love with her. The young man laughed. After all, he'd already given his word to King Zeno, so he couldn't promise an engagement. But after the wedding, Iris could very well become a second wife. She was delighted to hear this. It meant that the prince and Emilia would have 3 wives in total. Iris was impatient, eager to get married. The guy began to blush with embarrassment at her passionate speech. Then he got up from the water and clarified that it was time to wash his hair. To demonstrate the correct use of shampoo, the young man volunteered to wash her hair. However, the girl began to get nervous, because if anyone found out that the prince himself helped her wash, they would not let her live in peace. But Luke was adamant. He still believed that learning was always better through practice. Iris saw the common sense in his words, but her confusion persisted. Meanwhile, the hero squeezed a small amount of the product onto his hand and began rubbing it between his palms. Then, he applied the prepared foam to his friend's hair and began to massage it. To her surprise, it felt good. Luke explained what he was doing, gently massaged her scalp with her fingertips. He then poured water over his hair, rinsing out the foam. Next, he He applied a nourishing conditioner, being careful not to overdo it. Then it had to be left on the hair for a while for the best effect. While this was happening, the guy suggested we each wash ourselves separately. The girl obeyed and continued to lather herself. When the conditioner had completely soaked into her hair, it could easily be washed off with water. One rinse was enough for this. Iris felt a strand of hair and was delighted by how soft it had become. All that remained to finish her bath was to wash her face. Luke told her again that she needed to lather the cleanser in her hands and then massage her face. The girl touched the skin and felt a characteristic squeak. It turned out to be very clean, but at the same time not tight from dryness. Then the guy said he was leaving and asked her not to touch the oil and not to dry her hair. She began to be indignant at the prince for ruining her hair in this way. But the young man calmly sat down on the sofa and patted the one next to him, signaling for her to sit down next to him. The young man began drying the girl's hair with magic. Iris felt the warmth and asked what kind of magic it was. Luke told her to practice the heating spell, after which she would be able to do the same. Soon, everything was ready. The girl's hair was shiny, and she could run it through her fingers. Then she suddenly started running off somewhere, shouting that she'd be back soon. The guy tried to tell her it was late, but she wasn't listening, and Luke wanted to ask for a massage as well. After a while, she returned with an escort. The guy was surprised where they all came from. The girls were delighted with Iris's stories, and also wanted to try the shampoo and all the other new products. The prince noticed that all women wanted to be beautiful, no matter what world they were born in. Suddenly, he remembered Nabi and noticed how sweetly the fairy fell asleep next to the divine beast. He even took a photo of them as a keepsake. The girls were delighted with the transformation of their hair. It truly became soft and flowing. The prince was delighted to hear this. He then pulled out the rest of the products and asked if they wanted to try the moisturizing lotion, face cream, and body cream. The guests quickly agreed. The lotion provided essential hydration without increasing skin oiliness, establishing a perfect balance. It also had a restorative effect. The cream's effect was still clear to those around him. But why was the lotion needed on top of that? Luke then explained that the two products, when combined, enhanced each other's effectiveness. The girls were able to see this for themselves after using the cosmetic lotion. Their skin was transformed and became soft, and the lotion also had a wonderful aroma. The young man handed them another jar and explained that it was body cream. Iris admired herself in the mirror. Now her hair was shiny and her face was radiant. It was true beauty. Then she headed to the prince's room to wake him, as it was time for reveille. However, Luke was still fast asleep in the company of the fairy and the beast. A stranger was lying next to him, and the girls froze in shock at the sight. They screamed loudly in indignation. The boy woke up to the loud noise and didn't immediately understand what had happened. His friends began asking him who had been in bed with him, since he had them. Luke still didn't understand what they were talking about, but then he turned around and saw a stranger. He was no less surprised, since he also didn't know who it could be. The young man began to wake the girl. Nabi was the first to wake up and greet her owner. Then he began asking her if she knew this stranger. The next moment, the stranger jumped up and also greeted the master. The fairy immediately recognized her. It was Diana, a dragon in human form. She was surprised that the prince didn't know about the magical connection between them. However, the prince also didn't know that dragons could transform into humans. He asked Iris to lend her some clothes. Diana was then asked how she managed to get inside the bedroom. The girl pointed to the broken bedroom window. The dragon tried to justify herself by saying that it was not her fault, all the other rooms were dark, and it was not proper to walk around the area alone without clothes. She somehow found Luke's room and climbed inside without hesitation. However, when all this happened, the prince himself heard nothing. Diana said she called out to him, but was overcome by sleep. Soon Iris brought the clothes and handed them to the guest. The dragon examined the items curiously and first pulled out the underwear. When she asked what they were, the girl replied that they shouldn't have been stretched out like that. The noise woke Hathi, and the prince apologized to him. Then, if everyone was ready, it was time to go for a walk. Returning from his walk, the prince was sitting at the table with Amelia, while Iris was busy with the dishes, when suddenly, His Majesty entered. He apologized for his early visit. The children were surprised by his appearance and asked what brought the king at such an hour. Father apologized to me for beforehand and asked Luke to understand him correctly. The next moment, the man bowed. His Majesty began to explain that there were people whose lives needed to be saved. They were so weak that they were already on the brink of death. He asked the hero to save them. Iris covered her mouth in surprise as the king himself knelt down. Nabi suggested that Luke had nothing to worry about, as his magical energy had increased with the acquisition of familiars, and he had also gained passive skills for accelerated and enhanced healing. This would allow him to heal many people. The boy replied that he only had one lecture to give, so he agreed. His Majesty was pleasantly surprised. However, the hero had some conditions. He wanted his name kept secret. If the patients were of noble birth, they would be given a donation for their treatment. The young man intended to donate the proceeds to building hospitals. However, the king was outraged by the lack of personal gain, as it would have made the prince famous. Luke felt he had no need for fame. His father needed to clear out the large house with several rooms and accommodate all the sick people there. His Majesty was surprised by such a request. The number of people in need of treatment could be anything. The young man wondered just how much. The young man could teach others healing magic. This would allow him to recruit 5 mages to serve in the temple, each skilled in 5th-level magic control and highest-level antidote magic. The king was outraged. Was it possible to teach such a thing? And was it worth sharing such knowledge at all? Luke didn't want to make money from saving lives, so he wanted to teach this magic to nuns. All donations from healed people would then go to hospitals and orphanages. His Majesty thanked the prince and promised to repay him generously. The girls were also delighted with the young man. There was a patient in critical condition lying in the royal guard's house. Luke told King Zeno that they might already be too late for treatment. The patient was given a cleansing, and clothes were removed. Deep scars were visible on his back. After examining them carefully, the young man asked Iris to hand him a scalpel. His Majesty was furious that the healer had not been brought earlier. The hero tried to calm the king and the woman because it was not easy for both of them, but it was still necessary to take care of the sick man. He apologized for his weakness in the face of emotions. They studied together at the Knight Academy with that man, and after graduation, he joined the ranks of the Royal Guard. The patient received the scar on his back while covering the king during an assassination attempt. Luke knew that if such a wound wasn't treated immediately, the poisoned blade would leave a scar like a burn. He realized the sick man was Zeno's friend. Then he poured medicine into it, and the girl became curious about what it could be. The hero explained that the vial contained a medicinal nutrient mixture that would provide the necessary nutrients for a whole day. The king recognized the medicine as Edward's secret potion. Suddenly, the voice of the sick man was heard. He immediately turned to his Majesty and asked why he was there. The king ignored his question and inquired about his well-being. His friend insisted he leave, fearing infection. But Zeno didn't listen to him. He hugged Luke and smiling said that this time he brought a powerful magic healer. The patient laughed. He saw that the king hadn't changed at all, and he even envied his optimism. Then the man asked hopefully if he could recover. The young man believed that the disease could still be overcome, but success depended on the will to live. He had already performed a magical treatment, which was what had brought the patient better. Next, he needed to check on the entire family. The hero and his highness walked down the castle corridor, managing to perform 4 healing sessions in a short period of time. 7 nuns and pontiffs with magical abilities would later arrive. Zeno asked the prince if he could teach them healing magic. The young man agreed without hesitation. Then the hero was offered a rest and refreshment, as he'd expended a great deal of physical and mental energy. Luke and Iris were led into a spacious hall and a large table. Then the king casually remarked that the young man had already grown accustomed to Diana's charming appearance. He then explained that she had once been the guardian dragon of the city of Garel. This was a well-known legend. 600 years ago, there was a girl named Garl in the mountains. And one day a black dragon saved the inhabitants from evil magical creatures. In exchange, they had to offer 3 barrels of good wine. The dragon descended to the earth and, before everyone's eyes, transformed into a beautiful girl. The villagers received her with honors. They joyfully celebrated the victory, praising the kindness and strength of the dragon. But then, from the scales left over after the transformation, the Garelians began to forge incredibly strong armor and weapons. Thanks to this, the village soon became a city. Zeno's words, he himself wouldn't mind having dragon scales, just like Luke himself. Besides, dragons built nests. The guy had a desire to find Diana's nest. The dwarves and elves had long lives, and the children of those Garelians might still be alive. If the prince managed to find the scales, they could process them. Besides, they would likely be delighted to see Diana. The hero and Iris rode in the same carriage with the king's spouses. Carmia suggested that Loop stop by the house of an acquaintance of hers, who was a relative and friend, and he agreed. First of all, it was necessary to visit relatives, but the more important reason was politics. Political forces have always competed with each other, and while men were usually reserved, their wives, chatting over a cup of tea, could let something slip. Luke called these meetings the secret society of wives, and his companions immediately understood what he was thinking and hastened to assure him that there was nothing to worry about, because they were simply drinking tea and having a good time. Milana explained that they'd just talked to each other about life's difficulties and shared news. Aristocrats could often weave intrigues, and it was very important that the wife was able to sense something was wrong in time and warn her husband in time. However, such tea parties were not available to Mifa because she could immediately see through the lies. So, as soon as everyone learned of her invitation to the event, they immediately refused to come. When the girl realized it was all her fault, she herself began refusing to come over for tea. The prince concluded that they shouldn't have invited any of them anymore, and the fairy could get him the information. Moreover, since his status gave him such an opportunity, the hero wanted to protect the princess from such an environment. The woman closed her eyes and explained, when the king had grabbed Luke with a death grip, she had taken it as a waste of time. But now it became clear to her how the young man could see right through people. Just like Miafa, they allowed him to act as he saw fit, and even intended to support him in everything. The young man was very happy about this. Then she noticed Iris's hair, which was oil-free but shiny and iridescent. She wondered why they looked so smooth, but she wasn't the only one who noticed. The women began to feel the hair. Sometime later at the academy, the hero fell asleep sitting on the couch while waiting for the others. The girls stroked their hair contentedly, and the result seemed amazing to them. None of them could have imagined such a thing could happen. Their skin, too, became smooth and soft. It seemed like a miracle. They were grateful to Iris for showing them Luke's invention. Mifa entered the room. The hero turned and greeted her, then asked how his familiars were doing. The girl told him everything was fine, but she was more interested in other things. She immediately noticed her mother's presence and in such a state. The woman told her daughter about how they washed their hair and tried skincare products. It turned out to be very convenient. The princess, surprised, asked who had shown them this, and everyone pointed to Iris. The queen made a pained face and began to lament as if she had intended to hide such wonders from them and use them in secret. It was difficult for her to express her sorrow in words. Mifa defended herself by saying she hadn't told anyone about it. Even Amelia and Natalie weren't aware. Meanwhile, the women brazenly got to the cosmetics before anyone else. Amelia intervened in the conversation, asking Luke to let her try some of the cosmetics, knowing they were rare. Everyone was shocked that she spoke first. She wasn't the only one who wanted to tell the hero about this, but she, most likely, simply lost her head and forgot about her fears. The young man considered this a good sign. Now he understood how great the power of cosmetics was over girls. He agreed without hesitation to give the funds to her and Natalie. Diana also began to demand a few for herself. The woman was surprised to notice that it was a dragon in human form. She confirmed her guess and asked the princess if this had ever been her mother, as they looked so much alike. Milana apologized for not introducing herself immediately. She was King Zeno's second wife and Mifa's mother. Her companion turned out to be Carmia, His Majesty's first wife. The guy considered the fact that he hadn't intended to make a lot of cosmetics, but there were plenty of people interested. He even considered turning a profit and began considering who he could entrust the job to. He suggested entrusting this task to Iris's family. Their estate had expanded a couple of years ago, so the space would be sufficient, but the question remained of where to get the raw materials. They could grow the necessary crops themselves, which in the long run would help keep the prices of goods low. The hero asked the girl about her father, Count Michael, and what kind of man he was. Iris didn't understand why he was asking. Luke said bluntly that he was considering entrusting her family with the production of shampoo and other cosmetics. This greatly surprised his friend. Erica began to complain about why the assignment was only for Iris, while her own family was forgotten. This drew attention to her, and she was asked if her family owned any land. The girl answered negatively. Since her father served in the royal guard, they did not have their own place. The hero then explained that the production of cosmetics required a lot of plant materials, and he wanted to entrust this task to those who had fertile land. Iris had a wonderful father. He'd managed to obtain the title of Count by founding a new settlement on undeveloped land. The girl was delighted that her family had been entrusted with this important task. The young man clarified that he would soon be leaving to treat Duchess Sasha, meaning there was an opportunity to meet the Count. Iris promised to warn Michael about this. Luke believed the best solution was to distribute all the responsibility. Perhaps Duke Hyde could take on some of the responsibilities. Count Michael will be responsible for production, and Duke Guile for supply. This will create channels for distribution. The Duke will also be able to supply cosmetics to the royal palace. Milana believed that her daughter had chosen an excellent husband for herself. Luke was not only insightful but also cared about others. The fairy was happy that her master was appreciated. Iris, too, was madly in love with him, her magical aura glowing bright pink. Mifa could also see the color of the aura, and it made her jealous. Carmia asked the hero what other skincare products he could make. The young man paused, then gave the example of sunscreen. Mifa realized it helped prevent her skin from tanning. The young man asked the women if they protected their skin from the sun. The second queen replied yes. They did so with umbrellas, but that didn't protect them from being outside for long periods. Milana has fair skin, so she burns quickly in the sun. The sun was causing their skin to age quickly, so the king's wives literally demanded that Luke create such a cream. There was a knock outside. The king's messenger had arrived. The young man bowed, apologized, and announced that His Majesty had ordered Milana and Carmia return to the palace. The women puffed out their cheeks in displeasure. Then the messenger extended his hands, holding a small bottle, which the king had ordered delivered to Luke. The young man realized it was for Hathi and asked him to convey his gratitude. Soon the couple left and the guy started doing push-ups. He managed to complete 37. Iris urged him to forget about those girls in the bathroom and get himself together. However, Luke found it difficult to do so as he could hear their laughter. Then he told the girl that his belly had shrunk, judging by the size of his belt. She was delighted and congratulated him. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. The girls were grateful to him for the wonderful resources, and the young man considered his efforts a success, since Amelia liked everything. She spoke to Luke first, which he considered a good sign. He was planning to use his healing magic a little more. Mifa dared to hold the animals in her arms as they played with each other. Little Spinel had very soft fur, and he himself looked quite cute. Finally, it was the prince's turn to take a bath. He told Iris about it and headed into the room. Nabi and Diana went with their master. The young man stopped the dragon and told her she shouldn't have gone with him. Tears of hurt welled up in the girl's eyes at being driven away. However, the boy had previously helped her wash herself, and she didn't understand why everything had changed. The prince explained that she had been a dragon back then. But now everything was different. Diana demanded that in that case, Nabi should not go with him either, since she was also a girl. The fairy did not agree and suggested her own option. She and Diana would go to the bathroom with the owner. To make matters more convincing, Nabi reminded them that they had kept silent about Luke's concubines. Soon, the bath was running. The fairy, immersed in the water, felt genuine admiration, a sparkle appearing in her eyes. The foam was very soft and created a pleasant sensation. Hati also shared Nabi's emotions. Then she offered them to wash Luke himself. She was sincerely grateful to the goddess for the fact that she could become human. After taking a bath, the young man began to dry the divine beast's fur. Then he prepared food for him and, filling the bottle given to him by the king, gave it to Hati. Mifa and Luke felt a wave of affection as they watched the beast drink milk. Spinel also wants to try the treat. This animal also turned out to be quite cute, in no way inferior to Hati. Soon the animal became languid, and it was time for him and his owner to go to bed. The girl wished the young man good night and left. Iris decided to follow suit and take a bath. The young man let out a heavy breath and remembered something he'd left undone. At his request, colored crayons were prepared, though a greater variety of colors would have been welcome. The hero, however, believed that 6 would be quite sufficient. The fairy began to yawn from exhaustion, and then explained that everything he had asked had been done. She then asked if he was satisfied with the result. The guy responded positively and, thanking his friends for their help, sent them off to rest. Nabi immediately found a secluded place for herself on the dragon's lap and Hati's soft fur. Luke held ready-made brochures about viruses and germs in his hands. Once local doctors know about the existence of microbes, they can begin to study them. Walking down the corridor, Iris noticed the prince sitting there. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked him what he was doing. The young man explained that he was making a booklet for healers on how to cure illnesses. The girl didn't look too pleased, and the hero, noticing this, asked what was wrong. His friend wanted him to share such valuable knowledge with her. The guy agreed. He was going to show the brochure to her first anyway. Then, they started drawing on sheets of paper. With the colored pictures, everything became clearer. Iris looked at the brightly colored crayons with interest, calling them color sticks. Soon the boys finished, and the young prince hoped the pictures would be enough. Next, he planned to explain everything to his friend. The picture depicted a man coughing up sulfur grains. Iris concluded that these were the cause of the illness. Her guess turned out to be correct. The man had drawn them as a visual aid, but in reality, they were invisible to the naked eye. Special tools and skills were required to detect them. The prince was about to show Iris an invention, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. He pointed to the circular images and said they were the sources of disease. It looks like an abstract painting, as if a leaf were covered in thorns. He went on to explain that these invisible particles were what cured colds, while the oblong images were what caused tuberculosis. The girl noticed that this species no longer had spine-like appendages. Luke then explained that they could come in a variety of shapes and colors. The friend thought that it would be better to show this to everyone, but the prince wanted to leave it to the doctors, not considering himself obligated to explain everything to them. The girl agreed with him, but then asked how he knew this and in detail. The answer she came up with was from a wise mentor. Luke began to wriggle out of the situation and said that he was able to figure out a lot on his own, because even the wise men could not know this. Pictures were certainly a great power, and the hero also had Nabi, which was also a skill of sorts. The young man suggested Iris keep their conversation a secret, although he intended to soon share this knowledge with several healers. The girl was very flattered that the young man was able to trust her. The prince explained to her in more detail, when she used healing magic, she should try to imagine herself expelling the source of the illness from her body. After listening to her friend, Iris began to slowly understand the meaning of his words. Diana, Nabi, and Hadi were sleeping peacefully on the sofa. Luke had carefully covered them with a blanket. As she was leaving, she stopped and wished her friend good night. Afterwards, the boy himself went to bed, but thoughts of the day ahead kept him from sleeping peacefully. Luke tried his best to convince himself not to dwell on the upcoming event, but the lives of many people depended on this meeting. He was even more excited by the fact that so many important people would be attending. Unable to bear the anxiety, Luke stood up and decided to get back to work. There was a knock on the door and a voice asking permission to enter. When the hero gave his permission, Iris re-entered the room. She was offended at him because the young man prepared the medicine without her. The girl saw him mixing turmeric, which was considered beneficial for the stomach and liver. The other ingredients were also medicinal: red pepper, garlic, coriander, and cumin. She had studied herbalism, so Iris could tell at a glance what he was doing. However, the hero had no intention of hiding anything anyway, and if she intended to help, he was willing to share the recipe. At that moment, all suspicion vanished from the assistant's face. The young man wanted to grind all the ingredients into powder. He assumed that some kind of spell would need to be used for this, either grinding or shattering would be suitable for this. Iris wanted to master them during her studies, but she never managed to. Then she wondered why he needed so much powder, perhaps for an upcoming meeting, but all her guesses turned out to be wrong. Suddenly, the right idea occurred to the hero. He remembered his transformation skills, and a message appeared on the screen with the values for material transformation and healing, which just happened to contain the skills he needed. He then repeated the required values several times. He soon achieved the desired result. The boys poured the finished powder into small pots. Iris remembered and asked the hero to tell her his recipe. But Luke didn't give the answer he needed, only saying that next time they'd finish everything else except the powder. Once he came up with it for Lala, Iris began to worry that the Lord might be ill. This remedy had helped him out more than once, so he would definitely tell her everything, because that was his promise. In the morning, Diana woke the prince, but she was again naked. The girl explained that she didn't like the things, but that she could do without them at night. A fairy flew into the room, announcing that a saddle for Diana had been made in the workshop. But the dragon wasn't happy with that either. Nabi tried to reason with her, saying that without a saddle, Luke could fall during the flight. But Diana herself was determined not to let that happen. Luke arrived at the king's palace. Zeno greeted him and was glad to see him. His Majesty even personally came out to meet him. The boy concluded that he was worried about his friend's health. Moreover, finding a cure for tuberculosis was a matter of national importance, and the king deemed it necessary to be present. The hero suggested that he might have been afraid that Luke would use his knowledge against him, and therefore did not trust him. Not long ago, the young man was infamous in several kingdoms as the Pig Prince, and His Majesty's fears were well-founded. Zeno turned to the young man and said that they had brought 15 sick people and asked whether the hero could handle such a number. But the boy was confident in his abilities. Luke asked if the doctors had arrived, and the king replied that they were waiting in the main hall. 7 pontiffs and sisters of mercy from various churches arrived at the castle. The king himself provided 3 more court physicians. The king wanted them to be trained as well. The hero wouldn't have been particularly happy with the overseers, but Zeno didn't want knowledge to be confined to the clergy. And he was right about that. They entered the main hall, where they were met by a crowd of people. The pontiff took the prince by the hand and greeted him kindly, delighted to hear that Luke had so kindly agreed to heal people from a terrible disease. The man couldn't sleep from the excitement of their meeting. He trembled with the realization of how many lives had already been saved. The young man assured him with satisfaction that the pontiff himself would soon be able to teach others. Without wasting any time, those present sat down at the tables and a lecture began. The hero wanted to learn the basics before the practical demonstration. He planned to give a detailed account of the spread of tuberculosis. The young man wanted to present his booklets with pictures, but he was interrupted by a very unfriendly guy. He did not believe his speech and decided that they were all considered stupid. However, Luke, with an indifferent expression, clarified that his goal was to convey the information to everyone as clearly as possible. This caused the man to look down and let go of his position. As it turned out, the dark-haired doctor at court had feelings for Mia, but he was a good guy. Suddenly, the thought came to the hero's head that this young man could see parts of the girl's body without clothes. This shocked him. This remark disconcerted him, and the fairy knew it, since it was she who had prompted him. However, the king's wives and daughters were served by female healers, some of whom were even present at the training session. Zeno scolded Langren for his inappropriate remarks about the prince. The young man decided to begin the lecture anyway. He presented them with all the information he had available to him, backing it up with pictures from the booklets, and then asked if anyone had any questions. The nun raised her hand. She was interested in the invisible particles that cause illness. She found it hard to believe. She asked the hero point blank how he could prove their existence if they were invisible. The girl even began trying to detect their presence on her palm. The magic of a zoom was comparable to the work of a microscope. Suddenly, the girl pulled away from her hand, stunned. Apparently, she had found confirmation of Luke's story. He gave the example of bread with white spots appearing on it. The nun actually remembered bread mold. The knights often complained of itching in their feet, and His Majesty listened to this with surprise. Then he remembered water bugs, and the hero confirmed that they had that name too. In Edo period Japan, the fungus was also called water bugs or field bugs. Back then, people thought the itching was caused not by microbes, but by insects living in water and soil. The king frankly admitted that his feet were itchy too. Luke asked him to take off his shoes. When the man complied, the hero were shocked. Coming to his senses, he noticed his nails were still intact, but it was most likely a fungus. He used diagnostic magic, but it failed to provide a diagnosis. The fairy said the boy's skill was too weak for that, so less serious illnesses weren't detected by magic. His Majesty began to get nervous and worry that his illness could not be cured. However, the young man reassured him by saying that it was possible, just like tuberculosis. To begin, Luke needed to take a sample of the damaged skin, so he broke off a small piece with tweezers. Then, he began crafting a lens using water magic. Nabi thought the idea was a good one, but she didn't believe it would work. The guy believed that if he put several of them together, he could see the infectious agent. Microscopes had special lenses, and you couldn't just make them that way. The prince narrowed his eyes. Apparently, the fairy was hinting that it was time to give in. But she hastened to clarify that this wasn't necessary. She believed they could still expose the microbes to others. Using a floating spell, the skin had to be suspended in the air, and a beam of light had to be directed at it from below. Then, 4 lenses had to be created using water magic, zoomed onto them, and then simply stacked on top of each other. One of the healers managed to do as she was told. The prince was delighted by the fairy's appearance and told her so, then decided to examine the result. Fibers were visible through the water, apparently water bugs. They needed to try to separate them from the skin sample. The hero asked Iris if she wanted to try first. She was supposed to imagine eliminating harmful microbes and channel the healing magic. The girl set to work and managed to increase the level and cure the sample. The young man congratulated her on successfully removing the microbes. She was also pleased, but she doubted whether tuberculosis could be cured this way. The prince was confident of this, and the results would be obvious even with mediocre skills. Zeno, listening to their conversation, joyfully admired his legs, clean from their previous illness. But unexpectedly, the prince added that if he put on the same shoes again, His Majesty would become infected with fungus again. The pontiffs and nuns began to practice healing the sick. The hero noticed their excellent mastery of magic and asked if it was some special kind of magic. To his surprise, he guessed correctly. But the church officials consider his sorcery to be superb. The patient's treatment results were astonishing. The elderly man knew what he was talking about, having seen a lot in his life. The lives lost were countless. The young man explained that this method was effective against the flu and could help with other illnesses as well. However, each case would require different presentations. Simply removing the cause wasn't always enough. If inflammation had already begun in the body, it would also need to be addressed. Otherwise, the fever wouldn't subside. With tuberculosis, the inflammation occurred in the lungs, and during treatment, it was necessary to visualize it disappearing. However, high-level doctors, using the method invented by Luke, could immediately cure even an advanced disease. He mentally shared with Nabi that the healer's skills were superior to his own. The fairy concluded that her master was eager to raise his magic level despite his greater understanding of the causes of illness than anyone else. It was becoming clear how vast the difference was between mid-level and high-level mages. The hero told the pontiff that it was time for him to leave, as he needed to check on something. He asked to be called if necessary. The young man handed the man the booklets and told him to show them to the church's healers. The minister was very grateful to the prince, as the pictures could be very useful to them. Then Luke told the king that he was leaving for the duke's castle. Zeno stopped the guy and said that he would like him to speak at the closing ceremony of the summoning. According to the ruler, the time has come to introduce Luke to the people as Miefa's groom. Returning to the castle, the hero saw the girls greeting him. They greeted each other. The princess said that her father asked her about announcing engagement. The boy replied that the king had spoken to him about this topic too. Meanwhile, Natalie announced that she had already prepared dinner. Soon the table was set. Miefa was munching on her food, and suddenly the hero asked if a simple marriage announcement would be enough. The girl wanted to say that she couldn't dream of anyone else but Luke. Then she apologized for sounding rather pompous about it. The guy didn't think that it was like that. But then you would have to think about his feelings too. The girl decided that the groom was uncomfortable talking about the wedding because of her personal shortcomings. However, the matter was different. The young man simply wanted to marry for love. The princess then decided he had no feelings for her. To be more precise, the hero still had feelings for Luthia, to whom he had also been engaged in the past. He also had a crush on Iris. Miefa asked if that was the reason. The princess had already decided that the hero had managed to incite Iris and that she reciprocated his feelings. The girl wanted to object to her, but then decided not to. There was silence at the table. Luke mentally asked the fairy what he needed to do. But he didn't get the answer he needed. He generally believed that the evil god needed to be eliminated first, and then the question of marriage could be addressed. Nabi supported him, as that would give the hero enough time to sort out his feelings and make the right choice. Luke actually admitted that Iris would be an ideal wife for him, as she was a wonderful homemaker and a delicious cook. And, besides, was interested in healing magic, so they would certainly have easy conversation topics. These words deeply hurt the princess. However, the guy then added that she herself wasn't without her virtues. The girl asked, confused. Then Luke admitted that what he liked most about her was her ability to always tell the truth. Not that she saw through lies, but that she didn't lie herself. For example, he asked the princess if she loved him, and she immediately responded affirmatively. This couldn't help but flatter the young man. Judging by her happy appearance, it was immediately clear that Mifa was speaking from the heart. The princess couldn't believe the hero actually thought of her that way. She couldn't even dream of having someone in her life who would consider her uniqueness a virtue. The hero decided to explain the differences between his world and Luke's world regarding marriage. For Luke, relationships were equal to a wedding. His first girlfriend was a childhood friend, with whom the hero broke up due to a lack of common interests. Then he started dating a colleague from the company he'd recently joined. But she turned out to be very fickle. Mifa. Any hope? The fairy explained in response that the goddess believed that if he died, all the people of this world would be doomed. This burden of responsibility proved quite heavy for the young man. Suddenly, an awkward question for the princess was asked about the fact that she asked Iris every morning about the closeness between her and Luke. The girl was surprised that he knew about such things. She decided that her friend had told her everything. Mifa, in any way. He'd simply proven himself to be very insecure. He was beginning to envy the princess's ability to easily express love and jealousy. The girl remembered her mother telling her that if she loved someone too much, they would hate her. The point was, it was easy to overdo it in such matters. Unexpectedly, Luke agreed to announce his engagement to Miafa. She was very pleased about this. The young man understood perfectly well that the princess, with her questions to Iris, wanted to know about his feelings for her. The bride didn't deny it and asked him to tell her about it more often. But to avoid being called the princess the dumb pig's bride, the boy decided to study hard and lose weight. These words delighted her even more. He then turned his attention to Amelia and said that he would also announce his engagement to her. The boy thought she didn't care, but rumors about him were spreading, and soon they would begin to face pressure from various political forces. Duke Guile would be pushing for an official announcement. Amelia was surprised to hear about political interference. Luke recounted that the royal couple had recently given him advice. Surrounded by aristocrats pursuing different agendas, he needed to keep an eye on their cunning activities, and always stay one step ahead. His Hati and Diana, along with Spinel the Meefs, represented the most powerful group of familiars in the country. If their engagement were announced, Luke's political clout would increase. Besides, the king would not be opposed to securing the duke's support in this way. Even if Amelia still doesn't trust the hero after 3 years, they can still get married. The others will be satisfied with their friendly union, despite the sham marriage. The girl replied that her father would start asking about having children, and that they would have to answer for that. Luke decided to shift the responsibility for this matter to divine power or blame fate. In any case, she should not have to correct the mistakes of her father, who never married a concubine. The girl understood everything and decided that she too had to move on. She wanted to reveal her true face in the future and explain why she had begun to avoid male company. Amelia asked Luke to accept her as his bride. Nabi was surprised that the girl had decided to play along with the hero. Apparently, she felt he couldn't hide behind someone else's appearance forever, and she wanted to forgive him for his kindness. Meanwhile, Iris had to wait a little, because the young man had not even met her parents yet. Although they had mutual sympathy, they could not yet announce their engagement, and besides, they needed Mifa's permission. The princess had nothing against her, however, but she also didn't like the idea that everyone had to have a concubine. Count Michael, having become related to Duke Gale, is unlikely to withstand external pressure. Amelia and Iris will find themselves embroiled in yet another political game. However, it was still better than becoming a concubine of a complete stranger. The hero agreed with this, because his position would also have to change. Nabi also believed that as the Duke's future son-in-law, he would wield greater influence. At that moment, the prince informed King Zeno of his agreement to announce the engagement at the ceremony. His Majesty was delighted to hear this. All the ministers had been harping on him for a long time. Mifa asked her father if they had objected to their wedding, but everything turned out the other way around, apparently. King Julius told all the ministers about Luke. Now they wanted the cub of Fenrir and the ancient dragon to live in their country. This is precisely what seemed important to the country's elite. The princess apologized to her fiancé on her father's behalf, but he understood everything himself. The king asked if they would definitely announce their engagement, and then the hero began to ask him for his daughter's hand in marriage, promising to take care of her. Zeno, pleased, entrusted the princess to the young man's care. A smile never left the girl's face. She had heard those words too often recently. A large crowd gathered for the closing ceremony of the summoning. The man began his speech by saying that this time, the ceremony had been a great success. with wyverns and dragons responding to the summoning. For the first time, one person was able to form a contract with an ancient dragon and a legendary beast. The princess summoned the magical creature, the likes of which had only been made a familiar 3 times before. The ceremony would conclude after the presentation of the summoned creatures above rank B. But the first to appear was the wyvern Pippi. Nabi wanted to speak with the hero about something. The fairy wanted to get the threads from Arachne's web, so Luke needed to strike up a conversation with her master, the man who owned the B-rank familiar. The spider asked her master if he would sign a contract with her, and the boy was confused and turned to the teacher. Arachne was half spider and half beautiful woman. Such creatures possessed high intelligence and could speak, so the Renila considered them a race. However, they were still magical beings. Their threads could be used to make superior fabrics. Sometimes contracts with them were entered into solely for material gain, though this was considered a sign of greed. Arachnes were only females and became excellent companions for their owners. Rumor has it that these creatures could even resist their spider-like instincts. But after giving birth, she would nurse her young with her own flesh, and the owner would grieve the loss. The guy thought companion sounded nice, but he wasn't ready for that kind of relationship. So they suggested they limit themselves to friendship. Luke didn't quite believe this gentleman's words. Then he asked the fairy why she needed the web. Nabi replied that it could be used to make clothes. The hero called the Arachne's owner, who, upon seeing the prince, became very worried and hastened to clarify what they wanted from him. Luke asked him to borrow some of his familiar's webbing. He could also pay for it, just name the price. The young man declined. He had received another offer, and he was planning to sell the web to a dress shop. But his speech was interrupted by an Arachne. She thought it would be more profitable to sell the web to the prince rather than to the store. But the boy tried to explain that he had already promised. The fairy noticed the tenacity of the Arachne, who understood that it was better to befriend the prince than to establish trade. Eventually, the young man agreed to Luke's proposal, and the hero explained that he would only need to take a small amount, and the rest could be safely sold. The young man was grateful for his concern. Arachne asked the prince what threads he wished to receive. Zeno walked onto the stage, clearing his throat loudly to attract attention, and then began his speech with a greeting. At this time, they would be able to see several very rare familiars outside the academy. The royal castle now housed an ogre, and the temple a fire dragon. The guests were stunned by such wonders. His Majesty clarified that, in all likelihood, many of those present were already aware of the important announcement. He called Luke, Miafa, and Amelia to join him. The hero gallantly offered his hand to the princess, helping her onto the stage. The king introduced him as the third prince of the kingdom of Volg, his daughter as the second princess, and his third companion, the eldest daughter of Duke Forest. These 3 people were announcing their engagement. Thus, at the summoning ceremony, the hero became the future son-in-law of the king of the vassal state of Forel. News of this quickly spread throughout the country and beyond. A huge saddle was being installed on the dragon's back. Zeno watched sullenly, for the time had come for his test flight. He wondered if everything was ready. Mifa was surprised by her father's desire to fly Diana again. Luke stroked his familiar and replied that it wouldn't be too difficult for her. She explained that the scales on her back were hard, so neither the saddle nor the rider on her were felt. His Majesty suddenly asked the hero when he had managed to make such a beautiful saddle, since too little time had passed since the ceremony. The young prince scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't directly say that Nabi had done this in the magic workshop. Mifa sniffed the clothes and said they had been lying around too long and now smelled strange. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked Nabi if she could make a ring out of mithril. She answered affirmatively and began crafting it. After some time, the guy received the ring, and she asked him if he liked it. He thought it was perfect and he would adjust the size himself. After that, he used the metal transformation and corrected the formula, the ring size, and then entered it into the database. It acquired properties such as purification and protection from poison. Its size was adjustable, and it could only be worn by one person. He called Amelia and Miafa. As he placed the ring on her finger, he announced it was an engagement ring, and that it would only last for so long. The girl gazed at it with admiration. It had a cleansing and poison protection spell on it. The poison protection is permanent, consuming magicka. But the cleansing only works with a flow of magical energy, which is very convenient. Zeno abruptly demanded they stop, as the king also needed protection from poisons. So he began asking the girl to give it to her father. Luke replied that it was an engagement gift. But Zeno didn't give up. He said he, too, had to protect himself from poisoning. The bracelet had a protective spell, but it was very heavy. Nabi informed him that only weak, entry-level spells could steal items. More powerful artifacts had never been recovered here, even from the dungeon. The protagonist realized he had made a mistake, as he had used too much magic. He told King Zeno with displeasure that he would give him a necklace with a pendant. His words made him beam and ask if it was true. He also asked if he'd inherited it from King Julius. The boy dejectedly replied that it hadn't and that it was his. Zeno asked again if he'd received all of this from his mentor. After all, healers need such things. Luke thought he'd gotten away with it. He'd made an impression. He told Mifa that she simply needed to drop some blood on the ring. She understood and immediately did as he said. Then he handed the ring to Amelia. Zeno was amazed that he had another ring and wanted it very much too. The embarrassed girl began to tell the king that she could give him the ring as a gift from the duchy, but the protagonist was reluctant as it was a gift ring. He asked Natalie to help her cast a blood seal. He added that the cleansing spell was useful and didn't require much effort. You need to imagine the effect you want to achieve and direct magical energy into the ring. The girl immediately understood it and decided to try it. After a while, she thanked the guy enthusiastically, as her manipulation had cleared the strange smell from her clothes. He smiled back. They decided it was time to go. The girls approached the dragon, whose name was Diana, and greeted her joyfully. Iris said that after their flight, she promised to give her a generous portion of meat as a thank you. The dragon's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She screamed for her food to be cooked properly, and for it to be cooked thoroughly. The girl agreed. The guy decided there was no need to bribe Diana. He fastened his seatbelt and they set off. The dragon quickly took to the sky, leaving the king on the ground. The people there were delighted by how quickly they moved through the sky above the forest. Diana told the master that humans and goblins were fighting below. Looking ahead, he said he couldn't see and needed to go down a bit. He pulled up a map of the surrounding area. There were 3 wagons, guarded by 12 men. There were about 20 goblins, several of whom had already been destroyed. He realized they could handle it. But it was better to wait a little and observe. He asked if she agreed with him, turning toward the girls. Miva replied that they could help if necessary. It was for his kindness and responsiveness that she fell in love with Prince Luke. He replied that he was embarrassed. While they waited, he decided to give the other girls rings as well. They had the same spells on them as the engagement rings. The girls were amazed. He added that he wanted them to serve them for at least 3 more years and that they should wear them on their right hands. They asked him how many rings he had. Nabi noticed that Iris was probably offended. They were already practicing both spells. Soon she'd master them herself. He thought she felt left out. Approaching her, he told her there was a special ring for her that would boost her healing powers and enhance her spells. Meanwhile, they asked him if she could avoid the blood seal. What if she needed to give it to someone? She was told that she wouldn't be able to use it then. Such rare artifacts usually require a seal. If an artifact can be used by anyone, even if it's extremely rare, its value drops sharply. It's like items in video games. He recalled the words about always leaving a seal to prevent any relatives from laying eyes on the artifact. That was quite royal. Meanwhile, the battle had already ended, and the people below saw a dragon flying. Luke said the goblin attack had been repelled and they could continue their flight. The girls were happy about this. Nabi asked if they could deviate a little. She wanted to collect clay from the riverbank to make cooking utensils. He was surprised she wanted to do this now. She replied that it was so she could serve him fresh bread the next day. She could also make pizza for lunch. They had a bucket, too. The guy was delighted, but suddenly he remembered that he was losing weight and she was doing this. Still, he told Diana they would make camp on the riverbank. After that, they landed on the ground. Handing Iris spinel over, he told her he was going to the river for clay and asked her to keep an eye on it. She agreed and was surprised by the mention of clay. After some time, Nabi and the protagonist approached the river. She noticed that the bank was clayey. With the help of magic, they could select the desired area. As he watched the process, he realized the clay was being added to his inventory. He could mine anything this way. Gradually, the slots in his inventory filled up. He asked Nabi if that was enough. The girl replied in the affirmative, and they decided to head back. Meanwhile, the girls were having fun in the water, splashing it joyfully. When they noticed him, they were glad he had returned. He thought it was cute and said they were having fun. He blushed at the sight. Miva replied that it was she who had started the water game. He decided that in the summer they would buy bathing suits and arrange proper trips to the river. The girl didn't understand what that meant. He replied that it involved swimming, fishing, and shrimping. She happily said she loved fishing and that it was a wonderful idea. After some time, they arrived at the Duke's castle. The girls were amazed that they were already there. Diana must be very strong. The dragon asked the boy if he liked her. He replied that it was very quick. Afterwards, she transformed into a human form, attracting the attention of the people around her. The protagonist shouted at the girls to bring her clothes. Luke thought it was unacceptable for her to be naked every time she transformed. She replied that it couldn't be helped, since dragons didn't wear them. It was a shame humans weren't like that. He asked Nabi if there was any useful spell. She replied that there wasn't one, but there were artifacts in dungeons that could be used to take off and put on clothes in an instant. He asked where he could get one. She replied that these artifacts were too rare to be purchased. However, she was confident that his magical abilities would allow him to create an item with similar properties, but he doubted it. Magic wouldn't work without a clear image of the object. However, since he came from another world, he could create an unusual artifact. He decided he needed to try it. Meanwhile, they were met by people who said they were expecting them. A carriage was prepared for them, and they were invited to board. The protagonist realized it was only 6 o'clock. He apologized and asked if he could take a short stroll down the main street. They agreed, and off they went. The boy was amazed by how many people there were. There were many adventurers there, and people were also buying groceries for dinner. Luke was struck by how close Emilia was walking to him. He noticed there were no benches in sight. She replied that there weren't any on the main street. The food stalls and benches were in the central square. He listened attentively. Apparently, the flight on Diana and the rest by the river had a beneficial effect. Before, she always used at least the table as a shield. She doesn't even notice that she's chatting freely with the guy. They shouted at him that he couldn't go shopping, to which he reluctantly agreed. Nabi said she cared about his figure and asked if he could curb his appetite. He thought it was a mockery. After that, she also said that it was made 100% according to his preferences. He thought that was a lie. He asked Emilia if she knew the area well, as he was looking to buy something. She asked him exactly what he needed. He needed a flower shop, and he also wanted to buy eggs, milk, and some mithril. She asked again about flowers, and he replied that flowers and herbs were needed for shampoo and other cosmetics. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him along. He asked her if anything was bothering her. The girl turned around in surprise and examined the situation, realizing she was holding his sleeve. After which, she became visibly embarrassed and began apologizing with concern. The guy asked her to calm down and if she was okay. Panicking, she replied that she wasn't. She replied that she hadn't even noticed until he mentioned it. He said that she probably just wanted some shampoo. He added that everything was fine and asked her to walk him to the right shop. Meanwhile, she was saying she could talk to him without using the tabia as a barrier. He guessed she was only just realizing it. At the castle, Lala joyfully welcomed Emilia back. The girl ran up to her sister and hugged her tightly. Emilia asked if everything was okay, but she also hugged her brother Luke and said she was glad to see him too. At that moment, an animal crawled out from under his clothes and he remembered she was there. The girl was shocked and asked who this cute creature was. He replied that it was Hati, the cub of the legendary Fenrir. The girl leaned toward him and apologized. He responded by rubbing against her arms, which made her feel touched. At that moment, a servant approached and asked them to come in so he could escort everyone to the living room. Luke said he wanted to check on Duchess Sasha first. He invited Emilia to come with him. The girl responded affirmatively. They also invited Lala, who happily agreed. Iris was upset that she wasn't invited and said she'd go too. The guy replied that he'd been meaning to invite her too. They arrived at the venue, and the Duchess was informed that the prince had come to see her. The butler said he wanted to inquire about her health and whether she would be able to receive him. She agreed. When they entered, she sat up in bed and greeted him. Sasha said it wasn't worth skipping classes at the academy for her. He replied that they would soon be a family, so it was okay, and he also set up a barrier. A worried Emilia approached her mother and noticed that she was very weak due to her illness. Her mother looked at her intently. Meanwhile, the protagonist opened the windows and used a cleansing spell on the room. Afterward, he asked her how she was feeling. She replied that she was much better than before. Her cough also subsided, and her chest pain became less severe. The man said he'd do another treatment if that was the case. After that, he used aquatherapy and rehabilitation. She marveled at how amazed she was by his healing magic. Her fever immediately subsided, and her body felt lighter. Lala happily hugged the boy, thanking him. He thought she looked like an angel, and the Duchess asked if she could have dinner with everyone that night. He replied that he thought there would be no harm. The girl said they'd promised to arrive by 9 o'clock, so they'd all been ready to meet them 2 hours ago. The guy replied that he hadn't calculated the flight time on the dragon. He should have warned them when they arrived in the city. She replied that they had seen them from the window on the black dragon. Luke replied that the dragon probably looked small from the window, but in reality, it was huge, and they would fly on it together later. The girl was thrilled with anticipation. The protagonist said he needed to look after other people in the castle, so he asked Lala to look after the baby. He handed him over to her. Lava excitedly asked if he'd truly trust her with him. The guy replied that, judging by everything, he liked her. It was a shame he had to be in his corner all the time. The Duchess asked if he was the baby of a magical beast. The boy confirmed this and added that he was still very small, so there was no need to worry about him. She asked if she could pet him, to which he replied yes. The girls were delighted to see the cub, and the protagonist asked them to try not to tire the Duchess. Amelia glanced at them with concern, after which she turned to the prince and thanked him for curing her mother. She then announced that she would go with him and meet the Duchess for dinner. She also wanted to thank the maids who had cared for her. The Duchess replied that they were very kind. One of the infected girls hadn't recovered, so she needed to be checked. Afterwards, they left the room, with Luke worried about the timid Amelia. The maid offered to walk them out. Luke said they were just on their way to see the patients, so they should call Iris, otherwise she'd be offended. They arrived at the servants' quarters, where the protagonist immediately opened the window. He asked the girl how she was feeling, to which she replied that there had been no deterioration. He touched her forehead and said she had a slight fever and that they would treat her immediately. The girl worriedly asked if she really would get better. He thought it would take another 2 days. This surprised the patient. After his words, she thought deeply for a moment. The protagonist was surprised and asked her what had happened. She replied that she was worried about what would happen when the Duchess recovered. Another maid replied that the prince shouldn't be told that he should remain silent. He asked Nabi to explain. She reported that the girls were bought only because the Duchess was ill. They were hired for life. However, aristocrats in this world rarely employ such labor. These girls are at the bottom of the ladder. In the Duke's castle, even the other hired hands called them servants. Their lives are completely at the mercy of their masters. The girls were expected to die from tuberculosis. So, to ease the burden on his soul, Duke Guile at least ordered that they be properly fed. Visitors said they would soon be no longer needed and would be given away for use somewhere. Apparently, someone from the castle staff let this slip. Luke was amazed by this. He couldn't understand why it was everywhere. He asked the girls if they were afraid they'd soon be kicked out. The girl nodded in response. He replied that there was no need to worry. They were taking care of Duchess Sasha. She would never let her maids be harmed. And he would put in a good word too. Amelia also added earnestly that she would also talk to her father. The touched maids said she owed them her life. A frog sounded outside. The guy asked what was going on. The girl replied that they lived in the drain pipe under the building. They don't always croak so loudly. It was probably going to rain that evening or the next morning. One of the blushing girls added that she was sorry they couldn't leave the room because they were so delicious. This surprised the guy, after which she added that it was unlikely that princes ate frogs. Luke replied that, in fact, he'd heard that frog meat tasted like chicken. He asked her what she thought. She replied that they were very tasty. If you bake them with salt, frogs are even tastier than rabbit meat. He asked how they caught them. She replied that they didn't have any special equipment, so she caught them by hand. The boy was curious. After all, frankly, he didn't know how to make fishing rods. Nabi noticed they had spools of thread laced with spider webs. They also needed bamboo stalks. They'd dry in 3 days. The base had better be made sturdier. He'd only seen frogs in his world before, and here they were 3 times bigger. After a while, they found themselves near the bamboo and began crafting their first fishing rod. He succeeded, prompting Amelia to ask what he intended to do with the stick. He replied seriously that he would catch frogs. She asked incredulously if such an occupation was worthy of a prince. He replied that frog meat was dietary, not fatty. This astonished her. Using a scanner, he saw that all the frogs were in a pipe. He asked Nabi if it was a drain. She replied that water flowed through these pipes for washing clothes or watering gardens. He summoned the girls within him, then used stealth and silent steps. These spells were applied to his feet. He cast his line into the water, whereupon the frogs noticed him and began hunting. As he pulled one out of the water, he realized it was very heavy. He asked Nabi how he should cut her up. She replied that he should cut between the eyes. After that, he got to work. The girl marveled at how catching a frog gave a significant boost to her skill. It seemed they were fighting for survival in these pipes. The strongest individuals survived, having eaten many of their own kind. The boy was amazed that the level increase was the same as from killing an orc. For him, it was a great opportunity. Later, he gathered the girls together and decided to split into groups. He told Mifa that she would be staying there, to which she agreed. He told Lala that they would go hunting together. That is, to catch frogs. He added that they were harmless, so she shouldn't be afraid of them. The girl enthusiastically replied that she wanted to try. The guy offered to show her a couple of times first. After that, she began. As she cast her line, the frogs grabbed the bait, but she couldn't pull it in because the frog resisted. The protagonist told her to pull with all her might. She managed to pull it ashore, after which the guy asked if she could handle the cutting herself. The girl replied that she would try. After some time, she admiringly remarked that her skills had improved, for which the protagonist praised her. Mifa said she'd also increased her rank, reaching 9th. Luke replied that she could take another level by questing at the temple. Mifa thought that was great. Afterwards, she suggested catching some more frogs. The others were also very keen to try and join him. The girls began catching frogs, and the protagonist watched them closely. He asked Mifa to come closer and try to catch one. She was surprised by this offer. He asked if she was afraid of frogs. She replied that it wasn't that she didn't like them, but that she didn't like their color. He said she didn't have to touch them, just try to catch them. He'd help. She was delighted that they would do it together. After a while, she cast her line into the water, and a frog caught the hook, which began to tug. The girl held on to it with confidence. She said she was pulling with all her might, but the main character, who was holding her back, said she needed to hook it. The girl yanked the frog free, which flew straight into Iris's face. Throwing it away, she screamed, asking why the prince was treating her like this. He apologized and used a purification spell, which left everything clean. The girl raised an angry, tear-stained face to him, while Mifa sincerely apologized to her, saying that she hadn't done it on purpose. Iris replied that she had nothing to apologize for, since it was all Prince Luke's fault. He angrily replied that this was untrue, since it was a pure accident. Mifa added that he wasn't lying, but she still had to forgive them. Iris realized what was happening and, bowing low, replied that she had wrongly slandered them and therefore asked them not to be angry. The boy replied that he was not angry. About an hour later, they returned to the cabin. Lala was delighted to have reached level 10. He congratulated her on it. The girls also joined in the congratulations, which she was very pleased and grateful for. Luke announced that tomorrow they would go to the temple and take on errands for them. For now, he thought it was time to end the hunt. They agreed, but he wondered what to do with the mountain of frogs they'd caught. Nabi replied that they could be sold profitably. A single skin was worth 1,000 guineas. A carcass, 2,000. That would bring in a tidy profit. He asked what they made from frog skin. She replied that the amphibian skin was strong and soft and also stretchy. It was used to make shoes and bags, and she asked if the skins could be processed in a workshop. But he said he'd do it himself. Back home, the maids were amazed that he wanted to butcher frogs. The protagonist decided to ask them if they knew how to do it. She cautiously replied that she knew. Nabi said she thought she was afraid the other maids wouldn't like her. He asked her to cut up one of the frogs herself. She explained that you need to start with a circular incision on the neck. The skin is very strong, so the knife needs to be sharp. This is the most crucial step, so you need to be careful. Next, Open the cut in the neck with your hands and separate the head from the carcass in one motion. The skin can then be completely removed from the carcass. If you don't cut it, you can sell it for a higher price. Once the skin is removed, you need to cut the carcass in half. The meat from the hind legs is the tastiest. The other parts are not very tasty and few people eat them, after which she suggested that they can now dismember one frog together. Lala cried out that she wanted to try. However, the other girls refused, but the protagonist said they could handle her themselves. After that, they got to work. The boy told the girl that she now needed to make some holes with a fork. She did as she was told, while the protagonist processed the pieces. He asked if they shared a saucepan. The maid replied that a gardener had previously lived in the house. He'd taken the dishes with him when he moved. Luke asked Nabi to make a frying pan. She agreed. After a while, the necessary ingredients in a frying pan were on the table. He said they'd probably already eaten dinner, but he wanted to give them the frying pan and some spices. The spices are good for both cooking and preserving. He'll also write a memo. They thanked him for this, and after a while they all returned to the mansion. The maid who greeted them announced that everything was ready for their dinner. Lala was delighted. The disgruntled maid added that she asked Prince Luke not to involve the girls in such strange games. He said it wasn't a game, but a hunt. There was no danger, and his skills were improving. He asked Lala what her current level was. She replied that she was already at level 10. This astonished the maid. In just an hour, they'd improved their skills so much that she apologized for calling it a strange pastime. He figured it was okay. It was still fun. Mifa happily reported that her level had also risen to 10. She wanted to go to the temple tomorrow, so she asked for a carriage to be prepared for them. The maid fixed it. She also asked if she should prepare a bath for them. He replied that he had cast a spell to remove the dirt, so they would have dinner first. He announced that he would be going to meet Her Majesty the Queen, so they would meet in the dining room. They agreed, and he later appeared in the dining room. As they entered, they were congratulated on their engagement. The butler said a fitting ceremony would take place tomorrow. Today, they had decided to pay their respects together. The hero thanked them. Iris was also there. The girl said she was no longer just a servant in the Duke's house, but the princess's maid. Therefore, she was allowed to dine with them. Nabi explained that Iris's father had only recently become a count. However, thanks to his daughter, his position was now strengthened. Various dishes and treats were laid out on the table. After sampling some, Luke asked for the chef. When he arrived, he asked what he was interested in. The protagonist said it was very tasty, especially the cooked fish. It was a real success. He replied that it was no accident that he'd asked for the freshest fish from the southern lake that morning. Nabi said they'd apparently made meticulous preparations for his visit. He didn't recall saying he wanted to eat fish, so he needed to watch his words. The protagonist was surprised that they remembered he wanted to eat fish and thanked them for their efforts. The cook was pleased with his praise. Luke asked if they could put aside some fresh milk, eggs, and cheese for him. Luke cheerfully said he'd be happy to help if he asked him to take up cooking again. Sasha noted that the kitchen staff would have a break tomorrow. Everyone was looking forward to Prince Luke cooking for himself. The chef asked if he'd let him assist. The guy realized he wanted to see another recipe and replied that chefs don't seem to like it when someone copies their recipes. He apologized in response. Anna indignantly remarked that the prince was so greedy that he didn't even want to share the recipe. She was eating her lunch at the time. The Duchess noted that new, original recipes are highly prized. She, too, wants dishes at the festive reception that no one has tried before. Naturally, the most creative chefs are in high demand among the aristocrats. Luke added that he, too, wanted to make a name for himself in the culinary world. Brand new recipes could bring in a decent income. The girl replied that she hadn't known and apologized. The protagonist thought he'd actually meant to praise the chef. However, he walked away with a dissatisfied expression and the girls were embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lala asked her brother to play the piano for her. Mifa added that she would also like to listen. He agreed and stood up, and Nabi noticed that he had agreed too quickly. He walked up to the piano and looked ahead. Now, thanks to the girl, he had sheet music, so he was calm. He decided to start with Beethoven. As his fingers moved across the keys, the girls looked at him with admiration. They realized it was very beautiful. They were curious about what it was. He called them over and invited them to try playing too. Lala sat down at the piano and began to play. When she finished, he clapped his hands and said she played much better than before. The delighted girl replied that she was very happy, as she had practiced a lot. He thought she was very sweet. He asked her if she liked playing the piano, and she replied that she wanted to learn to play like her brother. So he suggested that she borrow his sheet music to learn from. If she practiced with them, she'd learn to play the melody he was playing. She thanked him, and the other girls ran up to him, asking him to forward it to them as well. He waved his hands and said he thought they needed all the notes, so he decided to send them today's melody, for which they thanked him. Noticing that Diana had fallen asleep in a chair, he thought it was time to get ready for bed. The girls agreed with him. In the protagonist's room, he sat at his desk, rings composed of iron and mithril lying before him. Diana approached him and asked what he was doing. He replied that he was experimenting with appropriation magic, at which point she asked again. He replied that he wanted to create a storage facility in subspace. She replied that, with his skills, it probably wouldn't be difficult. But he noted that until you try, you won't know. Using detailed analysis, he saw that the ring had only one slot, while the ones he'd given to the girls had 4. Diana replied that the number of slots apparently depended on the mithril content. He realized that this time he'd only taken 10%, which meant it wasn't enough. He used appropriation and created a storage ring for space. He ended up with a ring capable of storing 5 10-kilogram objects. It wasn't bad. He put down the ring and decided to begin the experiment. First, he needed to imagine the vault using appropriation magic. He performed the necessary steps. Afterwards, he asked Nabi if everything was right. She replied that everything had turned out perfectly. He wanted to be able to instantly change his clothes, just like Diane changes her appearance. To achieve this, he decided to create a fashionable wardrobe. You can store no more than 2 sets. He mentally named the set and pictured the clothes. He began to pack the academy uniform inside. Then he decided to give it a try and waved the ring. Diana watched him in surprise. After his manipulation, he found himself wearing his academy uniform. The girl was amazed that it worked and he changed. He replied that it hadn't worked very well. The buttons on his shirt were undone, and his belt was loose. After that, he used his own magic and said that he was much better at changing clothes with it. He asked Nabi where he had gone wrong. She replied that he hadn't created a detailed enough mental image. For example, you need to imagine a shirt with the buttons carefully buttoned. Obviously, you need to imagine a clothes as if they were already on you. Dressing himself with magic, he created a mental image with the mistakes already corrected. Too many items of clothing. He'd work on his own outfit later, and decided to start with Lala's dresses. He worked on this question until late at night, and in the morning he was wakened by an open window. It was Iris, whom he asked what time it was. The girl replied that it was almost 5 in the morning. She suggested that they take a walk around the Duke's castle today. He agreed. Suddenly, he realized he was extremely hot, and, throwing off the blanket, he saw Diana and Spinel sleeping in his bed. Iris was outraged that Diana still hadn't learned to wear pajamas. Meanwhile, the protagonist used the cleansing to get rid of the sweat. Iris, meanwhile, shouted to everyone present that it was time for them to get up and go for a walk. They all wished each other good morning. Iris noticed the scissors on the table and asked if he'd been working all night again. He replied that he'd been up late again and hadn't gotten enough sleep. The girl angrily asked him not to work without her, as she wanted to learn something too. He said he was going to make shampoo, and that she could help him. She agreed, and they headed to the training room. Inside, everyone was busy with something. Upon entering, he greeted everyone. The girls immediately turned to him and wished him good morning. She looked at him indignantly and said she hadn't even thought he'd be training. He decided she was too angry that morning. Lala ran up to him and said that she had slept at Amelia's, which made her feel embarrassed. But the girl continued that she was very happy because she hadn't been home for a long time and now she was being spoiled. The boy replied that it was nice and thought she was cute. As he sat down by the wall, Iris approached him and asked if he was going to run today. He replied that some guards had already made fun of him on the way here. Noticing the guys, he said they were looking at the girl, probably wanting to get to know her. So he suggested they go back to the room and have some tea. She replied that they shouldn't have time for casual encounters. Luke added that they might want to ask her out. She screamed that, in that case, she would say she was the prince's assistant during training, and had no time for a goodbye. He replied that that was quite clear. He knocked on the Duchess's door and announced that he would like to take her to breakfast. She invited him in, and the girls inside greeted him. The maids thanked him for the frog meat, as they had eaten it with pleasure, and were trying spices for the first time. He replied that he was happy to help. He also added that it would be best for them not to work for now. The maid replied that she felt fine, but he said the treatment had worked, but rest was needed for a full recovery. They replied that they understood. The Duchess asked the girls to leave the room for a moment, as she needed to speak privately with the protagonist. He was perplexed. She said she'd heard he'd conducted a training session for healers. He confirmed this and added that, if she was worried about her illness, they could cure it, but it would only take a few more days. But she replied that that wasn't the point. She wanted him to treat her. And not just her. She wanted him to cure everyone sick in their duchy. He was perplexed and wanted to know the reason. She replied that he had to convince everyone that he could truly cure the disease called tuberculosis. Nabi added that the Duchess meant that it was not just the Duke, but everyone in the duchy and beyond who was now assessing him. So he was asked to cure several patients. This would help win over those who still didn't know, and even his opponents. He remembered his opponents and those who maintained neutrality. The aristocrats were cunning, but he could understand them. In other words, they're trying to clear his reputation in the kingdom as quickly as possible. She replied that that was generally true, so she apologized for having to use him like that. She genuinely felt awkward. He replied that he was grateful for the opportunity and would cure everyone he could. He was ready to start after breakfast. She thanked him joyfully. The Duchess clarified that she would also like to be present. He replied that it was no problem, only whether she had enough strength to remain on her feet for a long time. She replied that she would try. She was confident that when seriously ill people saw that she could already walk, they too would have hope for recovery. She's also worried about her friends, who she hasn't heard from in a while. The protagonist says they'll go together, but first they need to eat. As they set off, he inquired about the location of the sick wards. She informed him it was in the house of an aristocrat, a couple of minutes' carriage ride away. They soon arrived at the site, where they walked through the sick people's rooms and checked on each one. After examining her, he asked her how she was feeling. She replied that she was a little tired and thanked the young man. Her friend immediately came to her senses, and they were even able to talk. She admitted she was surprised. She exclaimed admiringly that it was a wonderful medicine and asked if he made that too. He replied that it was all thanks to the infusion, which gave him strength. He replied that his knowledge of alchemy was sufficient, but that he lacked specialized skills. He needed level 30. Iris asked him how it was that he could create a top-tier healing potion, but not a tonic. He said his mentor had also told him that these potions were of equal difficulty, but he had never mastered them. She was curious to see if she could do it. He replied that she needed to master alchemical magic first. She said she had no aptitude for it. He, perplexed, said that it would require hard work, but alchemy combines monastic magic and the dark arts. She already possessed some elements of dark magic. She also possesses monastic magic, so she definitely has the ability. Basic techniques like splitting and extraction take a long time to master. That's why many give up. She confidently declared that she would work for at least a year. The mentor often asked how much knowledge a student actually gained in a year of study. The girl didn't understand what he meant. They were probably all trying very hard. Luke noticed that they had arrived at the Duke's castle. Iris exclaimed that this conversation was so important to her, so he didn't need to stop mid-sentence. The guy looked at her. He declared that she should first send the Duchess to rest. They would talk while he prepared dinner. Later, in the kitchen, the young man prepared various ingredients and put the baked goods in the oven. He continued the conversation by saying that students study their specialty once a week in classes, but how many times do they actually use magic? The ingredients are often quite expensive, so there's little practice. The girl remarked that he was right and called the students poor. His mentor had access to rare herbs in the royal garden. They received daily deliveries of plants from the temple greenhouses. She forced him to practice until he was exhausted. He spent years studying spells from thousands of books, so he'd had plenty of practice. Although, even without alchemy, with a moderate knowledge of healing magic and the necessary materials, one can still make some potions. Spending money on ingredients isn't necessary for training. The girl repeated his words. and said that if the ingredients were extracted using alchemy, the medicine would be much better than what was made in the usual way, so she wanted to learn it. The protagonist replied that as soon as he returned to the academy, he would begin teaching her alchemy. She was very pleased and thanked him. A man approached a boy playing the piano and suggested they go fishing. He asked why, but the boy replied that the weather was nice. Later, they arrived at the site, where they unpacked their fishing rods and decided to fry tempura for dinner. They then cooked everything together, realizing it was delicious. It was raining outside. The main character was setting out pans on the stove, preparing food. The girls asked him what they were having for lunch today, and they were very curious. He replied that he wanted to cook the frogs he'd caught the day before. The girls were shocked, thinking he wanted to force them to eat all sorts of strange creatures. Placing the meat in the frying pan, he announced that it was the red vein meat from the first magical creature Lala had caught. She had also skinned the frog. The Duchess was stunned and tried to speak, but the maid stopped her with the words that His Grace would surely be angry. The protagonist didn't understand why. Sasha replied that Gale loved Lala very much. He'd shouted that they'd eaten his daughter's first kill without him, and he wanted to too, so he'd probably be angry. The guy said the food had to be fresh, so there was no time to wait for people who weren't there. He asked the girl if she wanted to help him cook, and she happily agreed. She watched him closely and repeated the necessary steps. They prepared the portions and decided to fry them first. The protagonist said that first you need to lower them, so that the oil doesn't splash. You need to be careful not to burn yourself. Lala carefully imitated his actions, and he said they would fry 6 pieces at a time. Looking at the meat, she said it looked delicious and the aroma was wonderful. He announced that it would be ready soon. When the pieces turned golden brown, they took them out and placed them on a grill to drain off the excess oil. This way, they would have fried frog stew. I tried a piece and he thought it was tasty, though probably not very filling. It could have been fried in batter. But the girl was very pleased and suggested her mother try it too. Her mother was also delighted, noticing that this was the girl's first time cooking. The maids also wanted to try it, including Pamela. Nabi said it seemed like she wanted to test the food before the girl ate it herself. Pamela said the flavor was mild but pleasant. Anna shouted that since it was her first time making it, she wanted to try it too. Anna happily offered it. The protagonist also decided to offer Mifa a piece. She happily accepted. Meanwhile, Diana was also drooling over the prepared food. Mifa declared it was delicious. She was pleased with the prepared appetizer. Luke announced that the next batch would be breaded and fried. First, the pieces would be coated in the breading, then laid out carefully so as not to splash oil from other pieces. Lala helped cook again. The girl, looking at the food, said that she enjoyed hunting, cooking, and then eating with friends. Her uncle taught her to appreciate that. Brother Luke was glad that Lana had this experience and that he had succeeded. They were all delighted with the food and praised Lana. Lala thanked Mr. Luke. Lala, Anna, and Amelia learned a lot. He reminded them that someone had carefully and painstakingly prepared the food on the table and called on them to be grateful. They cut the potatoes into slices and dried them. The owner replied that they were potato chips. The owner said that the husband would not come home today because of the rain, and his companions agreed to postpone the trip to the temple. One of the girls apologized because she really wanted to go. The Duchess replied that the Duke did not particularly need approval, but if an important decision is made without consulting the Duke, he becomes upset. The girls said the Duke and her father take offense like children. They discussed which job would be best and came to the conclusion that magical tasks would be suitable for Lael and Mizennera. He added that it was enough for the Duke's daughters to be able to defend themselves. Erica, the guard, agreed that sometimes you have to fight alongside the one you are guarding, and that is not a good thing. They noted that a less than skillful fighter becomes a liability, but magic can help. Lana could choose knighthood and develop her combat skills, since she prefers martial arts. They chose magic and decided to tell their father. Lana received a cute pink frog purse as a gift, made from the skin of the first frog she caught. Lana exclaimed that it wasn't just a handbag, but a pocket in space with a built-in time stop, and that they needed to protect it. He clarified that Mr. Luke had made it himself and told him he had acquired new skills. The hero asked that no one be told what he could create. He explained that you need to put your hand in your purse. A screen will appear. And if you want to put something away for storage, imagine putting the object in a spatial pocket. Lana exclaimed happily. and he suggested that they practice to master the technique. She called her brother Luke a miracle and promised to take care of the little frog. Diana, in turn, said that she needed a cute little frog-shaped handbag. He said he'd like to make the same for everyone, but he didn't have the materials. The Duchess asked if there were any mithril mines near the castle. Mithril is stored in ingots because it might be needed in an emergency, and if the materials are collected, Amelia and Anna will also receive an artifact each. He named the necessary materials black iron, adamantite, orichalcum, and mithril. Pamela helped the orc fetch the materials from the storage, leaving a minimal supply and bringing everything in excess to Luke. The lady stated that she would tell Guile later, and that artifacts of such value could not be bought for money. He said there were two possible outcomes, but the Duke was not the type of man to be angry with his wife for wasting family wealth for the sake of his children's well-being. She guessed what was worrying Pamela. The mithril stored in the castle alone could be used to make 800 swords, which was a lot, but the artifacts made by Luke were impossible to obtain for any amount of money. Since there is a high probability that Luke will be able to invent and create new artifacts, 20 kilograms will be enough. The lady asked if she could call a hairdresser, and Pamela said yes. She wanted her hair cut herself because she had been bedridden for a long time and needed to get it in order. She said they could go to the sauna after the haircut. Natalie and Erica happily agreed to help the Duchess. They wanted to try some special cleaning products and asked Natalie and Erica to teach them how to use them. The girl remembered how they had crushed the herbs and asked what Mr. Luke had in mind. She wondered if he was making medicine for Lala, as Mrs. Lala was in some pain. He replied that it was not a medicine and Lala was healthy, but the kitchen staff ran away from the smell of herbs, so all hope lies with the maids. The hero asked Iris to peel and chop the vegetables, and she said she could handle it. He named 6 essential spices: cumin, coriander, cardamom, allspice, chili pepper, and turmeric, which need to be mixed thoroughly. The hero said many times that this is not a cure. And I fried ginger and garlic with cloves, bay leaf, black pepper, and cinnamon over low heat. He said that the pot was enough for several dishes and suggested making a larger one and storing it. Now he'll need about a month to squeeze in the workshop time. He noted that for 100 servings, he'll need to multiply everything by 20. When they were free, he asked to cut the beef into pieces and grate the onions and apples. They sautéed the onions until caramelized, then poured broth into both pans. He made a curry sauce by melting butter and adding flour. At the tasting, everyone enjoyed trying the dish, calling it tasty, although it does tingle the tongue a bit. They said it was incredibly delicious, and they really liked Southern cuisine, even though the recipe was Japanese. He said he'd set some aside for the maids, because the dish tasted better after it had steeped, and he'd put the pots in his pantry for the day. Then he did some cleaning with a spell, and one of the girls said that Lady Amelia was calling him to her place to talk about something. She exclaimed that it was beautiful, and was told that all these dolls were made by Amelia's hands. He was surprised that these were Amelia's private quarters, and she explained that since she didn't like to go anywhere, she spent almost all her time here, and had unwittingly become interested in needlework. He exclaimed that it was not strange at all, and that having a hobby was not shameful. Amelia said she wanted to talk about the reason why she started avoiding men. From what the Duke told us, something had happened about 5 years ago, and she replied that she didn't know. He exclaimed that he and Misfa were very similar. He thought Amelia was very beautiful, and admitted that his reaction was a little strange. He was told that Amelia was indeed beautiful, and that he had a level 5 resistance to beauty. But such resistances do not exist. Amelia and Mr. Luke were solicitous, and he deliberately feigned indifference so she wouldn't get upset. He said it was very thoughtful of her. They changed the subject, and the girl introduced herself as Sheila. She was told that it was not easy for Mrs. Amelia to remember this incident, so she would be the one telling the story. Sheila E. Harkins, 29, the third daughter in the Harkins family, has served her for as long as she can remember. She graduated from the academy, began working as a junior servant in the royal castle, and there Amelia noticed her and made her maid. 10 years ago, Zeno had not yet inherited the throne, and he became duke after Zeno ascended the throne. At the beginning of the year, a ball is held in the royal castle for the heirs of the nobility who have reached the age of 10. 6 years ago, Mrs. Amelia was among the debutantes. She found herself alone in the dressing room and was attacked by the Viscount. Amelia managed to call for help. After that, she became afraid of men. Sheila admitted that she was also involved in this story. Amelia was attacked because of an insult, and the villain turned out to be the son of a viscount living in the Duke of Forest's lands. The viscount evaded taxes. The family was nearly ruined, and soon the title passed to someone else. The viscount begged the Duke of Guile for leniency, but he refused. The viscount planned to marry Amelia to his son in order to gain access to the Duke of Guile's fortune. Mifa had to do with it, and Erica let it slip that her name was the headhunter. He exclaimed that it was because of her work as an investigator. At the request of her father and uncle, she determined which of her subjects was lying, and Duke Forest was grateful to her. She said she didn't attach much importance to nicknames, but Mr. Luke apologized anyway. She was told that he had given Lady Amelia a ring at the perfect time and that this had earned her trust. Miss Fa began to feel jealous. Miss Fa said that Sheila advised her to invite Mr. Luke today, and that she had been keeping an eye on him. Sheila realized that Mr. Luke was truly trustworthy, and apologized for spying on her. He said he wasn't angry and that he had passed the test. He returned to the previous topic and asked if it was possible to help Amelia cope with her fear, since she had gone through a traumatic experience. Magical healing might work, but it would trigger memories every time, which could cause even more harm. So they decided to make her the strongest knight and named the technique Repel Any Attack. It turns out Amelia practices sword fighting every day. Because she doesn't like training alone, and her partner will also improve her skill, he suggested using Diana to level her up. He said that if her skills were above average, she would be able to defeat any opponent, and the fear would go away on its own. Amelia thanked Mr. Luke for giving her confidence. Pamela asked if His Highness Luke was with Madame Amelia, and she asked him to come in. Luke said that the lady's hair was already done, she was in good health, and that Natalie and Erica should help her with bathing, and he would give her some cosmetics. Two girls expressed a desire to join, and he asked if they needed the help of the house's servants to bathe. He asked the girl to learn from Natalie how to use various cosmetic products, and she agreed to organize everything. The butler led Luke to the treasury. The orc said that the master ordered him to give anything as payment for the treatment. Luke noted that the quality of the items was good, but nothing particularly eye-catching. He wanted fire and water dragon magic stones, as well as class A, B, and C magic stones. For the workshop, he asked for 20 mithril ingots to start with, and a few magic stones of each class. The butler said that although they were quite expensive, it was not a problem. He also asked Navi to make a magic ring in the workshop to change Diana's clothes. He made an experimental ring so that he could master the skills on his own and cast magic. The master announced that Iris was heading towards his room, and Luke allowed her to enter. Iris asked what he had done again while she was gone, and why he was lying, because there were metal shavings left on the table. He said he wasn't angry because he wanted to surprise her. He asked her to give him her left hand. He said that although he had not received her parents' permission, he wanted her to accept it as a symbol of their engagement. He added that he didn't grant the promised magic effect boost, but added magic recovery speed boost, Levy 2 fragmentation, and Levy 3 alchemy. He thought that if she used the magic of this ring, concentrating on the flow of magical power, she would be able to master fragmentation and alchemy magic on her own. The girl thought she needed help. This could help her master the magic of creation. The hero said that once he mastered it, he would help create cosmetics. She thanked him. Iris explained that her parents had arrived and were currently in the living room and asked if Luke could meet them. He explained that he was scheduled to meet with her parents in Zeno today to discuss the wedding and the cosmetics business. Count Michael and his wife burst in, and the Count asked what had happened to Iris and whether the prince was making fun of her. He was outraged by such rudeness at the first meeting. The Count apologized for his rudeness and begged His Highness Prince Luke to forgive him, as Iris's eyes were clearly swollen. They asked for forgiveness. Luke said there was no need to bow to the ground because of a slip of the tongue, even if the person in front of them was a member of the royal family. Iris asked her father to stop saying such terrible things so that strange rumors would not start again. Luke offered to introduce himself again, and introduced himself as Luke A. Volg, the third prince of the Volg kingdom. Count Pierre Michael asked for forgiveness for his previous actions, and his wife Colette asked for forgiveness for her husband's inappropriate words. Luke said that it was his fault too, that he had made fun of them in such a situation, but the Count thought that Luke had made fun of him on purpose. Luke asked her to explain why her eyes were swollen, and Iris became embarrassed. She said she cried with joy when she received the engagement ring, and he showed that she also had a mithril ring. He explained that men give luxurious rings with jewelry to emphasize the prestige of the family. Zeno assumed Count Pierre was doubtful of such jewelry since a woman wearing a wedding ring at a banquet was a symbol of wealth. Iris, however, explained to her father that it was a mithril ring with special properties. She added that it was extremely rare and worthy of national treasure status. The girl thought this might be a problem. Iris, however, insisted that this ring was 10 times more valuable than Lady Misfa's and Lady Amelia's. The Countess said they couldn't ignore the unspoken rules, otherwise the other wives would start gossiping behind their backs. Luke decided he'd make the others different rings, too, since it was just too much trouble. Iris asked what enchantments were on this ring. He listed magic recovery speed increase, level 2 fragmentation, and level 3 alchemy. Her parents were shocked that such a thing existed. They exclaimed that it truly was a national-level treasure. The Count said that if he sold it, their family's financial crisis would be immediately resolved. His wife hit him in the face with her fan, screaming at him to think with his head. She reminded him that it was an engagement ring. Iris stated that the ring was bound to its owner and she had no intention of selling it. She added that she was beginning to worry about their cosmetics partnership. Luke said they knew the basics, but he wanted to discuss the details with King Zeno and Duke Guile. The Duke, it turned out, had threatened the Earl that if he tried to extract any promises from Prince Luke in advance, he would destroy him. Diana noticed that he seemed to be deliberately saying careless things. She wondered why he was doing it. Luke turned to Count Michael. He said it seemed he was deliberately putting himself at a disadvantage. He asked if he had any thoughts on the matter. The Count admitted he was ashamed, but the financial situation in his estates was dire. It seemed this deal could also benefit his family. But frankly, the economic situation didn't allow for the risk. The Count explained that agriculture wouldn't become profitable for at least several years, so Luke asked if he'd intended to refuse cooperation in this area from the start. Luke asked what this had to do with economic difficulties, and why he was making statements that undermined his reputation. The Count replied that he wanted to observe Prince Luke's behavior, about whom, he said, there were many rumors circulating. The Count said he'd heard from Iris about his abilities as a healer, but trading requires different skills. He wanted to verify his abilities as a merchant. After all, he was the one making the decision about cooperation. Luke said he lost the desire to do business with him, as it was a business negotiation. He needed to make a good impression on his partner and negotiate favorable terms. He explained that this was called business strategy. For example, finding out a partner's preferences, preparing gifts, inviting them to an expensive restaurant. But Iris's father, he said, did the opposite. Lady Sasha entered the room apologizing for the intrusion. She greeted Count Michael and Madame Colette, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They thanked Lady Sasha for coming, despite the rain, and congratulated her on her recovery. Luke asked Sasha how she liked the cosmetics and noticed how they changed her. She replied that the effect was amazing. Her skin looked fresh, as if she'd aged 10 years. Luke joked that she looked so young that no one would doubt she was Amelia's sister. Colette was surprised the effect was so strong. Sasha suggested that Miss Colette try it too. Luke suggested she test the effect on herself. This would help her decide on the deal. Miss Colette happily agreed to try. Iris happily said she'd go take a bath with her mother. Sasha, however, said she'd been on the move since early morning and decided to rest in her room until dinner. And she took him up on the offer. Sasha thanked her and allowed her to accompany him to her room. Count Pierre, having apologized, was at a loss. Luke, however, sighed with relief at being able to leave. He was informed that Miss Laura had a piano lesson with Miss Daria, the only remaining potential friend. He thought that Laura, who could see into people's hearts, had difficulty making friends, so he decided to greet everyone. The girl lamented that she couldn't buy such a wallet anywhere. Navi confirmed that the system for mass-producing wallets was ready. Luke introduced himself to Daria, and Sasha, Laura's mother, thanked her for her friendship with her daughter. Luke asked Daria if she liked the frog purse and offered to give her one since he made them himself. He reassured the girl by saying that the wallets had a subspace storage function and personal identification for convenience. He announced that Daria had chosen a light green frog and asked Laura to teach her how to use a wallet. The girls were delighted to now have matching purses. The maid reminded Laura that the teacher was waiting and she called her older brother Luke. Navi noticed that Laura wanted to show off her big brother to her friends and teacher. Luke asked if he could come too. He thought that Laura must be having a hard time since her skill is always active and she often worries, even though she's only 6 years old. He learned that the Michael family was staying at the inn because their presence in the house in the owner's absence could give rise to bad rumors. Iris asked him to help her replenish her shampoo supplies so that she could also test alchemical magic on the ring, and Luke agreed. He suggested separating out the harmful components and extracting only those beneficial for the skin. Iris asked if it was possible to extract only the beneficial components in one go. He remembered his teacher's words that even poison can become medicine, but harmful toxins are also extracted along with it, so they must first be separated. They did a lot of makeup, and the girl was happy that she was able to use so much magic. Luke asked Diana where she had been. Diana replied that Anna invited her for tea, and she played with her a little and ate some tasty treats. He said he was glad they were getting along, but asked Diana to tell him if she was forced. She reminded him of the promise he made when he wrote her, and he remembered it was about a buffalo meat dish. Diana was delighted and said that she wanted to try the meat as soon as possible. She said that her girls were the sweetest in the world, and he asked her not to spoil Diana too much, so that she would not become spoiled. He told Diana that dinner would soon be ready and the promised meat would be after the bath, and she waited impatiently. He asked Iris to visit Sasha, and he said that he would examine her after dinner. The hero saw that the treatment completely destroyed the harmful bacteria and the inflammation in his lungs also went away. He told her that the examination results showed complete recovery, and after a day of observation, she would be completely free. She was so happy that she could never thank him enough. He said that, frankly, he was glad that the treatment was successful, but he regretted using untested magic on people. She said it was a revolutionary medical discovery and deserved praise, but he replied that usually tests on animals close to humans need to be done first. She asked him to let her repay his kindness someday, and to contact him if she had any problems. He promised that if anything happened, he would contact her. The man was glad that a full recovery would allow her to go home tomorrow. Iris was also very happy and said that everyone was very grateful to him. She said that the moment when people recover and start smiling is the most joyful moment for a healer, and thanked him again. He thought that his healing skill had reached its limit, and now it seemed like he needed to increase his race level. He noticed that the rain was getting heavier and suggested that they go home before it got any heavier. The maid exclaimed that they were both soaking wet and said the bath was ready. He motioned for Iris to go first. Iris explained that she would be scolded if Master Luke didn't go first. He decided to dry her with a spell and praised her for her kindness. He asked the girl if she was afraid of thunder and added that one should not go into the bathroom fully clothed. He wondered why the ancient dragon was afraid of lightning. She explained that it was because of a memory, paralyzed by lightning. He crashed into the ground and died. She said that the Black Imperial Dragon had 7th level lightning resistance and could not die from a strike. He realized that the 2 deaths from falling due to lightning were imprinted in Diana's mind as fear, and asked why she had fought the Thunder Dragon at all. Diana screamed that he was persistently pestering her, proposing to marry him. She explained that the Thunder Dragon had been courting the Black Dragon, but it had become enraged. When the lightning had no effect, the Thunder Dragon had panicked, leading to its death from the fall. He assumed that the Thunder Dragon was looking for Diana because she was blocking his calls and asked if she had feelings for him. Diana exclaimed that she did not like those who pestered everyone, and that now she belonged only to her master. He thought that these feelings might be the influence of the adult dragon's memories, since during the Drake's time, her feelings for the master were the same. He decided not to get involved with the Thunder Dragon since Diana had no feelings for him. Another girl reminded him of the promise about the meat. Diana said she wanted a dish so delicious she'd forget about lightning. He then suggested they wash up and get out of the bath. Diana reminded the owner about the meat, and he said he remembered. Diana asked if she could call Anna and Laura, who had recently treated her, and the owner allowed it. He thought that Mifa would be offended if she found out about the night's feast, and told Diana to meet him in the dining room. During the tasting, Diana exclaimed that it was simply wonderful, and the owner agreed that it was very tasty. The maids also said it was delicious, and he replied that he was glad they liked it. He explained that herbs were expensive but made food tastier, and the girl said that his knowledge was surprising. One of the girls admitted that the garlic smell bothered her, but the taste was irresistible. Diana asked for more. Diana said that she could no longer live without her master, and he told her to think before saying such things. Those who came to the delightful aroma recognized it as garlic soy sauce, which was similar to fish sauce, but odorless and with a rich taste. He explained that it was all about a seasoning made from fermented soybeans that could only be made in his Navi workshop. He decided it was best to tell and explain that it was a soy sauce, the recipe for which he had recently come up with, so it was not yet for sale. The chef admired him for not only treating illnesses, but also conducting research. Luke replied that he simply loved good food and offered the sauce and recipe for free. Iris greeted Mr. Luke happily, saying that the weather was wonderful today. He greeted me back and suggested taking a walk in the garden and then going to Sasha for a final examination. Iris announced that King Zeno and Duke Guile would arrive in the morning, and he was surprised, as they had to leave during the night. Navi assumed it had something to do with him. Navi said everything would be fine, but she didn't tell him the whole story. He asked why she was teasing him, but she replied that she was trying not to do anything that could hurt him. She explained that she was telling him this so he would be mentally prepared. Otherwise, he would wonder why he hadn't been warned. He agreed that omissions were annoying. Navi warned him that Mifa and Lara were around him with unique skills, and if word got out that he knew something he shouldn't, it could be a problem. He replied that she could have said so right away, and Navi advised him to pretend that he knew nothing to avoid suspicion. The girl said that, based on the examination results, she was completely healthy, and was advised to recuperate with light walks. She promised to work diligently on this. The servants announced that King Zeno and the head of the family had arrived and that they wanted to have breakfast with the lady and Prince Luke. The lady ordered Pamela to get everything ready as quickly as possible, and she herself decided to see Prince Luke off first. He said he would wait in his room. Zeno greeted Luke and said he heard he had done well. King Zeno looked tired after the overnight flight. Luke thanked him for his help with Sasha, and he replied that he had been informed of her full recovery, and he was grateful to Luke for that. Zeno said that thanks to Luke's methods, the number of nobles being saved was growing, and therefore no one was against giving him the title, although he had his doubts. Luke replied that he did not yet understand the political situation or geography of the country, but he was told that Amelia had studied the region's features, including resources and dungeons. Zeno said they would come back to this later, but for now there were urgent matters. 3 countries had made requests concerning Luke. One of them is the land of the elves. Since the mother of the sacred beast, Hati, is the guardian deity of the lands around the World Tree, they ask either for Hati's return or to meet the summoner. Luke was afraid that they were going to kill him to take Hati, but he was told that they were not that stupid, because if they harmed him, a full-scale war with the elves would break out. The same applies to the land of the dwarves, but this concerns Diana. The Black Imperial Dragon is their holy protector, and they want to either bring it back or meet it. Luke explained that Diana and Hati had become his familiars through summoning, and he didn't understand what rights these countries had over them. They told him that these 2 countries were acting more as a formality. The most complex situation has arisen with the Demon Kingdom. The Demon King, the true ancestor of the vampires, is immortal and has ruled since time immemorial, and demands a meeting with Luke personally. Zeno said that the Demon Kingdom couldn't just refuse because they didn't need another enemy. Luke asked to arrange a meeting with all 3 countries on a weekend, because he has only been here for about 10 days and has hardly attended any classes, which he regrets. The young man thanked Sasha for showing up on time. He said he heard how insistently she wanted Luke to stay in that country, and Sasha thanked Zeno for bringing them together. He said he had planned to have dinner with the 4 of them, but perhaps he should invite everyone and discuss the lands that would be given to Luke over dinner. He was shown a map of 3 potential locations for his estates. The most recommended option was the former estate of the Marquis of Forest, confiscated due to the Mifa affair, but it was plagued by widespread embezzlement. They decided to skip this option, since although the nobles and merchants involved in the thefts had left, many remained. Punishing them would have disrupted supplies, which would have harmed the residents. He was told of a dungeon city thriving thanks to 5 dungeons, from which ore, meat, vegetables, and artifacts were easily obtained. The girl countered that these lands were too valuable to be excluded. He thought that if these holdings became his, he would be able to freely raise his level as a ruler, since Count Michael's holdings also received great profits from merchants and adventurers. He asked what levels the dungeons had, and was told that the difficulty was determined by the Adventurers Guild on a scale from E to S. He was told the ranks of the dungeons: 1 rank A, where they mine ore, 1 rank B, and 1 rank C dungeon, and 2 rank E dungeons. He was told that the ore reserves in these mines were enormous, amounting to about 30% of the country's needs, and would last for more than 5 generations. The current ruler of this realm wishes to retire, but has no heir, so he has asked the country to appoint a successor. Luke thought this was a good choice. They explained to him that although they had owned this territory for 188 years, it had belonged to the dwarves more than 1,000 years earlier. Since the neighboring kingdom's ruler changed 14 years ago, they had begun demanding the territory back, leading to conflicts. He questioned the claim to a property over 1,000 years old, but was told that there was evidence in the records of the Elven Kingdom that coal had been supplied from there, and they supported them. During negotiations with other countries, the right of ownership was acknowledged. The Dwarf King feigns ignorance, as both sides are more concerned about attacks by bandits and monsters. Moreover, the King of the Dwarves does not seem to be interested in these mines, because the purity of the ore they extract is low for them, and they already have reserves for thousands of years to come. He realized that both countries weren't taking the issue seriously and that it could be resolved through negotiations. But he was advised against this option due to his friendly relations with the Dwarven Kingdom. The final option was the Viscount's holdings, which border the Elven lands. The lands there are vast, producing wheat and beans, but no distinctive produce, although the goods from the Elven market are considered unique. The territory is scattered with towns and villages, and there's plenty of land, but it needs to be developed, and there's no real income. The current ruler's sons work as adventurers, and the eldest son is more interested in making money than inheriting it. The title of Viscount is attractive, but it limits one's freedom. However, there are many nobles who want these lands, and if Luke doesn't choose them, they will be divided into 3 or 4 parts and given away as a reward. He asked which option was better, and was told that after defeating the evil god, the area with forest, herbs, and iron ore along the gorge, that is, the former possessions of the Marquis, would become attractive. When he objected to the problems, they replied that they had Miss Mifa and needed to eliminate all criminals. They decided to actively restore order, even if it meant punishing some of their own. They told him not to worry, as he still had 3 years before graduation. They had already sent a talented manager, and by the time he took possession of the land, everything would be in order. Navi also thought this was the best option, and he said he was interested in leveling up in dungeons during the holidays. He decided that leveling up was his priority right now, and promised to work hard while he learned land management. He asked Luke how long the treatment would last, as he didn't want Mifa and Amelia to miss school. Luke replied that he was planning to take them to school with him tomorrow. Luke said that the treatment would take another 203 days, and that it would be better if they returned with King Zeno. The girl said she understood, although she would have liked to stay with Master Luke. He thought it was sweet. Amelia said that now that her mother had recovered, she could focus on her studies and thanked Mr. Luke. Another girl was glad it had been a while since she'd flown with Mifa. King Zeno asked Luke about Iris, whether he was in love with her and wanted to take her as his wife. Luke replied that Iris was a charming girl, and he would be very jealous if he saw her arm in arm with another man, so he wanted to take her for himself. The girl said it was too straightforward, but she accepted his proposal. Another girl said that even though she and Mr. Luke lived in a dorm, she couldn't think of any other men but him, and that the country needed approval for such a union. He said he had patients scheduled, so they could discuss the engagement before lunch, and he would let Pierre know about it. Iris's father said that it was he who suggested that she become Luke's personal servant, although he had initially expected such an outcome, and that he was mistaken in this, based only on rumors. The king said that Michael's incompetence from the previous day had vanished without a trace, and that he was truly talented. He asked if he would be willing to take on the agricultural partnership and manage the cosmetics business. There was curry for lunch today, and the girl said she was looking forward to trying Master Luke's cooking. He asked Lara if she'd like to cook with him again. One of the characters was outraged that Luke ate the first dish Lara cooked before he tried it, calling it unfair. Chef Dapperel asked Mr. Luke for permission to take a look too, and he agreed to teach him other recipes, asking him to practice before the wedding banquet and come to the capital to help. The Duke said that taking one chef with him was no problem, but he would be training the royal chefs, and this was a matter of prestige for the ducal house, so he needed to train properly. He explained to the girl how to fry meat properly. 4 minutes, then let it rest, and then another minute, and praised her, suggesting that she try it. He said that they had prepared 2 types of food, spicy and sweet, and advised me to try the sweet one first, as it was delicious to eat by dipping bread into it. During the meal, one of the guests apologized for disturbing them and asked if he could talk about plants for cosmetics, to which another responded with indignation that he was intruding on work-related matters. He said that they were starting a new business on a limited budget, and if it failed, the whole family would become slaves, which worried him greatly. He explained that there are no personal bankruptcy laws in this country, and liability extends even to officially employed employees. Noble houses typically submit land development plans to the state, but this is not the case here. Navi confirmed that Pierre is worried about the lack of money, as the ducal and royal families will provide funding. But they have no savings of their own, and if something happens, they will be ruined. Luke listed the potential problems: crop failure, floods, epidemics, mass monster attacks, bandit invasions. He thought the two had received a silver spoon to eat 10-kilogram meals, but in reality, they were also grateful for the bracelets. He had some mithril jewelry with medium poison resistance, and also with aqua healing, aqua restoration, and purification magic, and he asked how much they would fetch for it. He said he'd sold it cheap, but that was the price he paid for his own people. The girl replied that she'd pay him right away, and before he could change his mind, she activated the link. He said he had heard that the financial situation of Michael's estate was not the best, and he did not want Iris to worry about it. Iris's father thanked Your Highness Luke, and Iris herself said that she loved him very much. Zeno asked Luke if he could sell him the bracelet, and Luke asked if he knew that the effects of two identical artifacts do not stack. Zeno explained that the bracelet was not for him, but for his eldest son, designated the next king. But he was told that artifacts could not be passed down through inheritance due to their personal binding. Navi asked the master if it wasn't important to appease the future king, who got along well with Gale. Zeno asked to sell the bracelet to him and his son, saying he would be very grateful. Navi warned the craftsman that Mipha would be angry if he was too capricious. The young man suggested that Luke was deliberately creating personalized items to preserve the divine blessing, which was said to be easily lost. Luke feared that it might indeed disappear. Zeno thanked him, saying it was the last time. Luke agreed to make an exception for the future king. Lana told her brother Luke that her magical power had increased significantly, and he was glad that now she would be able to practice more. He was told that with a low magical affinity, one couldn't become a mage. But Lana, who had a higher affinity for physical attacks, chose magic. The quadrupling of magical power was incredible. This also confirmed that Mipha had the talent to summon the sacred beast Spinel. She asked for permission to be alone in the chapel. She explained that if the evil god were to rise again, the world would be destroyed, and that the cultist's goal was precisely to destroy the world. He was told that the evil god's divine power feeds on negative emotions, so a large-scale war would hasten his resurrection. The cultists want to destroy everything and create a utopia from the ruins. She said she wanted to destroy the cult of the evil god, but at the current level, Luke couldn't do anything. The cultists were currently inactive, but any interference could trigger a catastrophe. Luke suggested commissioning holy maidens in various countries to deliver a divine prophecy so that the holy knights could destroy them. She replied that if they acted, she would dispatch special forces, and for now they simply needed to keep that in mind. He figured Mipha was upset about the attention the sisters at the temple were paying him, and that if he blurted out anything out of place, her ability would immediately reveal everything. Apparently, they simply wanted to learn a cure for tuberculosis from the chosen one of the goddess. He suggested that Mipha apply Navi's special sunscreen, as the sun was particularly strong today. She thanked him for the sunscreen that would protect her skin from burning, and he thought it worked great. The other girls were outraged that Mrs. Mipha had new cosmetics again, and he said that he had enough for everyone. The girls' parents apologized for what their child had done and told her to immediately move away from the nobleman. He remembered that the foreman had said that there was no need to rent the entire store. The hero thought that frog skin itself is cheap, and if he sells the handbag as a regular accessory, there will be demand, because almost all girls will want such a thing. He apologized to the girl for scaring her and suggested that she not be shy and look at the goods. She told him it was her 10th birthday, and her dad let her choose a gift. He was surprised, as birthdays aren't celebrated every year in this world due to the high infant mortality rate. He congratulated her on her 10th birthday and offered to choose a handbag of any color as a gift. She was delighted, but her father said that they could not accept such an expensive thing. He explained that it wasn't his fault, but that he simply wanted to apologize to the girl and give her a gift. Her father, recognizing him as Lady Amelia's fiancé, told his daughter to quickly choose a color. Navi pointed out that arranging gifts right in the store was not the best idea, and he agreed. He bought a bottle of ointment for minor wounds and a handkerchief, saying that if you rinse the wound with clean water and apply the ointment, it will heal quickly. The girl asked for a pink one,